It is now, it's still 9:05, and it's time to bring this meeting to order. Is everybody on the left wing ready to go here this morning? Yes, sir. Everybody on the right wing ready to go this morning? Then let's get this show on the road. Good morning, everyone. It is good to see you here this morning, and we're glad you're here. We will start our meeting today with prayer, and we had a preacher lined up to help us. He did not show, so I have asked Harry Thomas, if he would, to come up and lead us in the invocation. Come forward, please, Mr. Harry. Good morning, buddy.
I know there are better orators in the audience, some of which get paid to spread the word, but if you'll pray with me this morning. Lord, give us guidance to this particular council as they go through the issues today, and help them have the wisdom to lead San Angelo to a better place than it is today. Lord, also think about letting some of the water come to San Angelo, to put some water in the lake and give us some water in these parched lands. Lord, also remember those that are working for our freedoms overseas and here in the United States, and give them the guidance to allow them to be successful in their endeavors. Lord, do all these things today in your name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Sometimes I'd rather have a novice that's honest and sincere as Harry to do it than a paid professional. Thank you, Harry. We had one scheduled to help us with the pledge. They also did not show up, so I've asked Miss Candy Poole to come forward and to help us with the Pledge of Allegiance. You ready?
I am ready,
You know
sir.
it?
Oh, yes, sir. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And to Texas. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you.
Great job.
I appreciate y'all very much to help us out. Impromptu as it is, we can always depend on the citizens to help us when we need it. I would now like to make a recognition, to read a recognition. And Darlene Luna, would you come forward, please? Look like Roger Banks is coming with her.
I'm just supporting.
Okay. Good morning, Darlene. Thank you. Let me read this, and then we have a proclamation to give, or a recognition of Darlene Luna. Darlene Luna is a purchasing specialist with the City of San Angelo and is receiving the State of Texas procurement certification. The City of San Angelo Purchasing Division believes that all procurement professionals should have all the tools necessary to perform tasks that will result in the best value contracts and acquisitions for the city. And obtaining the State of Texas procurement certification demonstrates that our purchasing personnel have knowledge of the Texas public purchasing requirements, state and local procurement laws, ethical standards, and various methods of procurement processes available to ensure that purchases of material, equipment, services will result in best value and the highest quality contracts. A proactive, knowledgeable purchaser maximizes the value of public funds by assisting all city departments in the procurement of goods and services that in turn provide quality service to our taxpayer. Furthermore, certification ensures that our purchasing personnel understand that purchasing must be accomplished utilizing the highest ethical standards in their promotion of fair and open bidding competition. And for that, we would like to give this proclamation to Darlene Luna, who is the Purchasing Specialist, City of San Angelo. Thank you, ma'am. You want to make a speech? This is your opportunity. Let's get a picture, please, Darlene. Thank you very much, ma'am. And as a 1968 graduate of Lakeview High School, back when there was no dirt only rocks. It's been that long ago. I am very honored this morning to have a great large amount of children from Lakeview High School and to be able to proclaim the Beat the Snyders Day. So I'm going to read this proclamation, then I want every one of you kids to come up here, and we're going to find a spot somewhere up on the dais, and I'm going to get my picture taken with you. So let's read this proclamation. The proclamation is, whereas Beat the Snyder Tigers is on the lips of all involved in the Lakeview homecoming football game, and whereas Beat the Snyder Tigers will be shouted even louder as the September 27th homecoming gets closer, and whereas Beat the Snyder Tigers will take the Big Blue under the football field as head coach Doug Kuhlman leads the Chiefs to an anticipated, resounding victory. Now therefore I, Dwayne Morrison, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, Texas, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim Friday, September 27, 2013 as Lakeview High School Homecoming Beat the Snyder Tigers Day in support of all of the hardworking Lakeview High School students and football team and their strong and dedicated fans. Come forward, please. Yeah. I don't even have a clue as to how we're going to get all these kids in here and get a picture, but we are going to do it. Dice, back up against this, please. And then we're going to have to get real close.
Mr. Mayor. Hey, Dwayne.
Some of them might want to kneel in the front.
Don, do either you and Marty want to get in this picture? No. Okay.
Ready? All right, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Thank y'all very, very much, and good luck. Let's get us a tiger. Good luck against Greenwood this week, too, boys. Y'all hang in there. And I'll give this to Monty. Here, Eckert, give that to Monty, will you, please? Eli, go get him, buddy. Yes, sir. I was at a deal yesterday with Eli here. He's our running back. That kid, there's not one spot on him that is not beat up from that game last week. So you guys go get him. We have now come to the part of our meeting where we take public comment, both from the council and from the public. Let me read this so that we can set this up, keep everything legal. The council takes public comment on all items in the regular agenda. Public input on a regular agenda item will be taken at its appropriate discussion. Public input on an item not on the agenda or consent agenda may be identified and requested for consideration by the council at this time. The council may request an item to be placed on a future agenda or for a consent agenda item to be moved to the regular agenda for public comment. On public hearing items, public input will be received on each item immediately following the council discussion and prior to any action on the item. Each member of the public should make the remarks from the podium and begin by stating their name. Remarks by each citizen will be limited to 3 to 5 minutes unless waived by a council member for all speaking on that matter. No individual will be allowed to speak more than once on any one subject until every citizen wishing to comment has done so. So, let's start off with the public. Is there anyone in the public that has anything that you wish to bring before the city council for consideration or statement? I see J.B. Hall coming this way. Come forward, Mr. Hall.
Well, good morning, everyone.
This side.
Mr. Holland.
Anyway, good morning, City Council.
J.B., come over here to the other side, please, so you got the microphone. And everybody in town knows you, but just keep it
Well,
legal. Tell us who you are.
Once again, last time I met before the City Council, I had 2 legs, but now I only have none. But God have given me strength to continue using my whatever I have for those that are less fortunate than I am. Anyway, my name is J.B. Hall. I am a retired constable of Precinct 1, and I started off my career as a precinct chair in the district that we're talking about today. Look like I will end my position, my political career, as chairman of Precinct 1, Precinct 124, which is what we're talking about here this morning. But really, I came to talk to you about the water bill. Not for my sake, because I can pay the bill, but it came to my concern when I noticed last month my bill was $80-some, and this month is $99. So I sort of pulled it out and started looking at it. We found out that, which is all cleared up, we found out I had a water leak on my side of the meter, so that's okay. But when I look at it, Mr. Mayor, and I start wondering about people that are less fortunate than me, that's on fixed income, and I noticed all these fees on here, on my water bill. Last month, for instance, just say the water sewage capital improvement projects was $17.46. And then I noticed there's a fee for storm water fee. There's a fee for sewer-based fee and sewer usage fee. And then there's one for water pumping fee. By the time you put all these fees together, it's around $50 to $60 extra. I don't call them fees myself, I call them taxes. They're a tax. And I imagine I'm not going to get into all that, but imagine it has a lot to do with read my lips, no new taxes. But I can see where this kind of water bill can cause problem to people who can't afford it, and we're speaking of people on fixed income. So I was just wondering, Mr. Mayor, what can we say about this? What can we do about this? What can we do to inform the public of what we're doing here? And how long are these fees going to still continue on? Is there a deadline for these fees or whatever? The other issue, because people are here to talk about sidewalks, I would like to add a little bit to that. I see a lot of my friends on the city council was here when I was the housing officer, Public Housing Authority with the city of San Angelo. And that was way back then. So here we are talking about the same things again. Anyway, the capital improvement thing about our side of town out here, there's a group here ready to talk about sidewalks on 19th Street. Well, I'm here to add to that. I figure that all the streets in between there that runs through the freeway and runs through the freeway should have sidewalks. Mainly 29th Street, 19th Street, 14th Street, 9th Street, and there you are. All these are traffic streets that I live on 9th Street, and there's a great amount of traffic on 9th Street getting to the freeway from Chadron. So I'm looking for, and hope we can talk about sidewalks on these streets that goes through the freeway. And that's my issue. Thank you very much.
Once again, JB, I appreciate you coming forward. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
As far as the water bill, when things are brought forward, they have to be on the agenda before we can speak to them, before we can address them. And I can tell you these fees, every one of them, are charges that are to pay debts, our sewer debts, our water line debts, all of these things. I'm going to ask Daniel Valenzuela to get in touch with you personally to explain these things. And I am also going to ask Anthony Wilson, wherever you are, to put this on our webpage, on our Channel 17, to make some type of a public announcement out of this so that the people watching this will be able to understand these bills and understand them completely.
I appreciate
There are reasons for everything on there. Everything has a purpose, but they're not well defined, JB. I agree with you.
Thank you.
So, Daniel, if you would take care of Mr. Hall, and Anthony, if you would put it on our website, and let's get this out to the public to make a little sense about this.
Will do, Mayor.
Is there any other public comment from anyone else in the audience this morning? I know Bill Cullen wants to talk to us. You want to come up, Bill? And bring your entourage with you? Let me give you an idea of what Bill's here to talk about this morning. We are right in the middle of a HEB challenge to lose weight and to live healthy so that we can all live better and healthier lives. And I made a video a couple of weeks ago, and the part of my video was that we've got too much San Angelo mayor. In fact, we have about 40 pounds too much of a San Angelo mayor. And I have joined the HEB challenge because I'm going to try and give up some of this mayorship. This also extends to everyone else in this city, and HEB has put a contest out that is statewide. And right now we're in pretty good standings on this. But each and every citizen of this town has the opportunity to join this challenge, which simply says you will exercise, you will work out, you will eat right, and you will lose weight. And I've got me a new dog now. I call him Walker D. Plank. And Walker D. Plank and I are walking, and we are trying to get rid of some of this mayor. So with that preface, I'm going to turn it over to you, Bill, and September, and Ms. Reisner, and y'all tell us what you need. You got 5 minutes, buddy.
Good morning. I know y'all have a long day and a busy agenda, so we'll be pretty brief. We want to do a couple of things. We want to thank you and everybody else for the leadership y'all have shown toward this and toward what kind of got us to this point. As many of you know, there was an initiative called Get Healthy San Angelo that started back in 2009 that had the full support of City Council at that time and the mayor at that time. We haven't let that die. There's been a continuation of grassroots efforts to do things that make San Angelo healthier, improve access to recreational facilities, get the message out, etc. Over the past 12 months, just to give you an example, there have been 40 organized events in our city that involve cycling, running, walking, multisport, or related items. The number of people you see each day to show up to run or walk on the KOA loop, and I'm sorry to mention that, but has increased dramatically. That part of it is a good thing. The river trail, again, gets a whole lot of traffic. We have children, because of efforts like Shannon Health and Wellness with things they're teaching with the school district. You have children learning about nutrition in public schools and then going home and teaching nutrition to their parents. Local businesses, schools, and other organizations, including the city, have implemented employee wellness programs there. So one of the ways that we can celebrate what we've accomplished so far, and we've got a long ways to go. This is a process that will go over generations. But one of the ways that we can celebrate this is to win our place high in the current HEB Healthy Community Challenge. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to September Summers from Shannon Health and Wellness and Stephanie Reisner, the Wellness Coordinator with HEB, and let these two ladies give you the details. Thank you.
Well, most exciting is that we have 14,969 individuals in San Angelo who have gone on the website and registered. So the word is out. I think the mayor's video did its job. And people are starting to find out. It's not only exercising and losing weight, it's just having a healthy lifestyle. I really encourage all of you to go to the website. It's an easy website, www.hebcommunitychallenge.com. and click onto the other communities and see what they're doing to load points to boost their city's numbers so that they can be winners either in their city size, which are large, or we are actually in the mid-city size, and currently we are third. We kind of play back and forth between second and third. Pearland and FAR, which are, Pearland's up around Houston, I'm not sure where, Houston area too. So we're competing well with those guys. We've got 29,240 points. Now to get points, there's a gazillion ways you can get points. As an individual, you can load a walk you went on with your family. You can load a healthy snack you had. Those all count as points. School activities, we've got 34 listed. I've contacted the school district and talked with them. Jeff Bright did a superintendent pledge. All the elementary schools are loaded. They're starting to put things up on the website to get points. Community organizations ignited. This is where we need your help for. We need a bunch more community organizations. That's anything from Shannon Hospital to HEB to any organization or business you have in town. There's plenty of things you can do. If you go on, you can download a pledge, sign it, upload it, and add points. So we're halfway through the challenge. It started September 1st. It ends October 31st. And if any of you know me at all, I'm very competitive. I would like to win this challenge. You want to say something about your organization?
You know, HEB as a whole, they just want to get communities involved. We want people to live healthier lifestyles. We try as hard as we can to have the freshest, best produce and some of the best options. We want kids to get excited about exercise. Going out there and playing with your kids, that counts. You can load that. They can upload pictures. So I just encourage the community to get involved. And let's be one of the healthiest communities in Texas. I think we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this, and I think this is something that we need to look at as a community, because just like there's too much mayor, there's too much citizen too. So let's get behind this, and we might even win a contest too. Yes. Any other public comment? Anyone else wish to speak? If you want to address us, this is your opportunity. So come forward at this time. No other public comment. Do I have any comment from the council? Do I have any council members that wish to pull something from consent to agenda? Johnny, I saw your hand first.
Mr. Mayor, no, I just wanted to, when we get phone calls, we like to share it with the rest of the council people. But I did get an email just yesterday from Gary Getz, and Gary has been eyes and ears for me on many situations. But he's talking about here on the email that he sent me about the deplorable situation at 7th and Pecan. And I understand that there's a drainage under the access road there at 7th and Pecan, and it's built up a lot of trash, and I think people have lived under there. And I think it's been an ongoing situation. Wanted to bring it to light to have either code or PD or somebody go out there and see what's going on. But it sounds serious enough for him to have emailed me, and again, I share everything in open session to the public and let him know that, hey, we are here doing our transparency, and that's what he talks about. So just wanted to throw that out.
Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you.
Mr. Valenzuela, did you get that, sir?
We got it, and we'll definitely get it addressed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Farmer.
Yes, I'd like to pull item number 2 to the regular agenda, if I may, just ask some questions. And I would also like clarification on public hearing and comment. Is item 13 going to be heard after executive session?
Okay, we will pull item number 2 from the consent and move it to the regular agenda. As far as item number 13, I see no reason to go into an executive session before we handle this, but I'm looking to the council for consensus. Do y'all want to go into executive before we handle 13, or do you want to go right into it?
My idea of this, because it's going to be long and possibly contentious, I would like to keep
Microphone, Winky.
I'm sorry. Mr. Mayor, I don't know if anybody will agree, but because this item may be long and contentious, and I have a lot of questions and comments, I would like to go ahead and move 13 down at the end or toward the end of the regular session and try to knock out all these other things. And I think that would expedite and facilitate handling the rest of the issues until we get on to something that's more controversial and possibly contentious.
Don, what do you think about it?
It doesn't matter to me. We're going to be talking about it one way or another, so.
We're going to be here at 6 o'clock anyway,
Yeah,
whether we do it at first. Charlotte, what do you think about it? You want to go to executive first?
I just don't want to discuss item 13 because we've got it on it before executive session because it's on executive session as a discussion item. So I'd rather have our executive session before we talk about it in public session.
Okay. I personally think we have talked this thing to death over the last 6 meetings, and I'm ready to get through with it and get on with it. I'm ready to go ahead and get it done, take care of it. We also have a problem moving it because Marty has to leave at 12 o'clock, and I certainly want Mr. Self to be involved in this. So I would say when we get to item number 13 on the regular agenda, we jump in it with both feet and get this thing done and over with. Johnny?
I'm fine with it just as is.
Marty?
I'm good with it as is.
Rodney?
I'm good with it as is.
Okay, there is a consensus that we handled item number 13 in line as it has been listed, and I don't see any reason to go to executive. All right, I will entertain a motion at this time.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I move that we accept the consent agenda as is minus number 2. We're pulling number 2. I believe that's what Ms. Farmer said, so.
That's what I was looking for. Anybody want to second that?
Second.
I've got a motion and a second that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of number 2. Do we have further comment from the council? Do we have comment on any of the consent agendas items from the public? If not, the motion has been made to accept with the exception of number 2. I will call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That will be a 7-0. Now we will go to item number 2 on the consent, which is now part of the regular agenda. This is consideration of awarding RFBWU 1313 chlorine bid to DPC Industries Incorporated, Sweetwater, Texas, in the amount of $69,300 for liquid chlorine for use in the water treatment plant. And for this, Mr. Ricky Dixon, our Utilities Director. Charlotte, did you want to preface it with you?
Yes, Mr. Dixon, all I have is just one question. For the $69,300, how much supply is that, and how long before we have to resupply? And the reason I ask, in looking at various council meetings from January 1, we have ordered considerably, a large amount. So I'm just curious as to how much tonnage, I believe is what they call, it represents the $69,300.
This is the estimate that we do for our annual bid for chlorine, and that estimate is for 100 tons.
Okay. And it lasts about how long?
This is a yearly bid, so we're anticipating that this will be for a year.
Okay. Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
We've got a motion to approve item number 2 for the purchase of chlorine. The motion has been made and seconded. Any further council consideration? Any consideration from the public on this item? If not, I will call for the vote. All of those in favor of awarding this bid for chlorine, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Then this item has passed. I would also, yes, Johnny?
I just wanted to mention that dollar amount, it is within budget, so we're okay with it.
I would also like to ask of the council this at this time. Since Marty will be leaving at 12 o'clock, and there are several items that we really do need a full council to consider, I would like to move items number 15, number 16, number 23, number 24, and number 30 to the front. These are budget items. These are items that require everyone on this council to consider, to discuss, and to approve. And if council will approve, if council will allow this by consensus, I would like to move these. We will discuss 13, 14, 15, 16, then we will jump 23, 24, 30. Is there any problem with that from the council? Rodney, you have a problem?
No, not at all.
Marty?
Oh, no, I appreciate you.
Mr. Silvers? Mrs. Farmer?
No.
Mr. Vardaman?
No, sir.
Mr. Wadlaw?
No.
Okay, then by consensus, we will start off with item number 13, 14, 15, 16, 23, 24, 30, and then we will come back and pick up 17. We will now Move to number item 13 on our regular agenda. This is an item that has kept me awake for the last 2 weeks, and in particular, and has kept me without sleeping well for the last 2 to 3 months. So I'm ready to get this deal open and get it over with. The consideration, number 13, is consideration of authorizing funding and payment for the city's proportionate share of cost incurred for services pursuant to the interlocal agreement between the cities of Abilene, Midland, and San Angelo. It was effective on April the 9th, 2011. It was referred to as the West Texas Water Partnership. And consideration of ratifying all actions already taken and payments made pursuant to said interlocal agreement since its effective date and any action in connection thereto. I ask that this be placed on the agenda. I ask that this be placed on the agenda at the meeting September the 3rd. We have been dealing with this issue. Charlotte has been dealing with it, she says, since January or February. I was made aware of this in the middle of June, right before I took office, right before I took this seat, and 4 new council members were seated. When Charlotte reported it to me, we reported it to the city council as a group. We then reported it to the city administration. The city administration then was told that we wanted an investigation. We wanted to know what happened, why it happened, and want to be sure that it never happened again. And I will right now at this time say that I am very proud of Charlotte Farmer, and I applaud her for discovering this and for bringing it forward and for bringing it to the public, to the recognition of the public. We told the staff at this time that we wanted this investigated, and we wanted it investigated fully. The investigation was complete on the 9th, on the 3rd day of September this month. We had an executive session at this time. We had a lawyer and a consultant that had been involved with this from the very beginning. And they spent a lot of time going over what had happened, the monies that had been spent, what the monies were spent for, and gave us a timetable ever since April of 2011, bringing us up to date, so that our council would have a full understanding and be able to make a wise decision on this. It took about 2.5 hours to do this executive session. It has been my practice since I have been mayor that when we go into an executive session at noon, that we tell the people that are waiting when we will be back and when the meeting will restart, because there's always people waiting that want to approach council and have items on the agenda. When we left right at noon on the 3rd of September, I said we will be back and gave a time. When we got into the meeting upstairs, we realized we were not going to be able to get back at the time I told them. So when the time came, I came back onto the floor and I said, we're not through. We need another 30 minutes. I went back to executive and we continued our meeting. At the end of that 30 minutes, we were not through with our discussion. But I said, we're going back to the floor because people are waiting for us. And we came back and reopened our regular agenda, and we took care of the regular business that we had. At which time I made an announcement, we are not through in executive. After the regular meeting, we will go back into executive and we will conclude our executive meeting, and then we will come back to the floor and we will give you the results of our decision. When the regular meeting was over, we went back into executive. 6 of us went back into executive, and 6 of us waited for about 5 minutes. One member, Mrs. Farmer, did not show up. Mrs. Farmer did not go to executive. Mrs. Farmer left the building, and we sent Michael Dane to look for her. He went down, and they said Charlotte Farmer has left the building. Charlotte Farmer did not attend the executive meeting to discuss the matter that she had brought up and that we had investigated and brought consultants in to discuss. There were 6 of us there. That is a quorum. So we went ahead and by a consensus of council members, we decided that we were ready to accept the investigation that Daniel had made and a separate auditor had made, and that we were willing to bring it to the floor and to the public. Because Ms. Farmer was still not here, we did not want to discuss it on the 3rd. So I made the statement from this podium, we will be back on the 17th of September, at which time I want it on the agenda as a regular agenda item. that we will discuss and fully disclose and answer any questions, and we will answer the questions and explain the investigation that was made. And Mrs. Ramirez put this on the agenda at that time. I think it was about 4 to 5 days later, this came out in the first draft, and this item was on there. We said that we would deal with this today, September the 17th. It was on the agenda. It was planned. This was a consensus of the council. But Charlotte Farmer was not satisfied with waiting until today to handle this. And Charlotte Farmer wrote a memorandum, and she made this public on September the 11th. This went out to the news media. It went out to the Standard Times. It went out to the television stations. It went out to the radio stations. And that's fine. That's fine. This will embarrass me. It will embarrass this council. It will embarrass Daniel. But we can live with embarrassment. I asked for this job, and I worked hard to get this job. And I'm a plenty big boy. I can take a little embarrassment, and that doesn't bother me. Daniel's a big boy as well. He gets paid well to take this, and Daniel can take the embarrassment. It frustrates me that this council, though, is faced with the embarrassment, 4 of them, which were not even on the council in April of 2011. But every one of these guys asked for this job so they can take embarrassment. But let me tell you where it got serious, my friends. It also went to the Attorney General of the state of Texas. This was also sent to the Texas Municipal League, of which we are a city member in the state of Texas. This also went to the county attorney in the county of Tom Green. This opens not only up something that is embarrassing to us, but this puts you as a citizen of San Angelo in a very serious situation, because this opens every citizen up in this town to litigation from state lawsuits that could tie us up for months and months and years and cost you untold amounts of money to defend ourselves. This has gone past embarrassment. This has gone into the realm of, this concerns me. This concerns the majority of our council. This has gone beyond embarrassment. And Daniel, I'm going to turn this over to you right now, because I don't want to say anything that I will soon regret. So, Daniel, if you would, please take it.
Thank you, Mayor. What I want to do actually is go back to as far as the investigation itself, and to give you kind of the basis for why the investigation, what happened, and make sure that we have a good understanding. We had the City Council had a meeting back on March 22nd of 2011 to discuss the Tri-Cities Partnership. Now, this is a partnership between the City of San Angelo, the City of Midland, and the City of Abilene. The discussion, really, the group came together to discuss a possibility of partnering to come up with possible long-term water solutions for all 3 cities, and also for all of West Texas. The initial meetings went well, so on March 22nd of 2011, the previous city manager, Harold Dominguez, and the Water Utilities Director, Will Wilde, did a presentation to the City Council. The City Council listened to the presentation on March 22nd of 2011. They did like what they heard and decided to move forward with this partnership. What was decided was that the city would partner up with the other 2 cities and split the expenditures 3 ways. However, the City Council also stipulated that there should be an amount not to exceed $100,000 should be spent on this project initially. Looking at video from that meeting, it was understood also that any further spending, which I understood the City Council to know that it was going to go beyond $100,000. However, if it went over $100,000, this should go back to the City Council for approval of more money. On May the 20th of 2011, previous city manager, actually, let me go back. The city manager was asked to negotiate this contract, and that's what he did. He also implemented the contract. This was on May the 20th of 2011. Now, the contract that was signed, and this was signed by 3 different city managers, one for the City of Abilene, one for the City of Midland, and one for the City of San Angelo. The agreement was signed. In the agreement, the interlocal agreement between the 3 communities, it was decided in the agreement that of course, the cities would split the expenditures 3 ways. The one thing that was missing from the agreement was the $100,000 threshold that the city of San Angelo put in place. With that said, the contracts were signed. One signature was missing. That was the signature of our city attorney. Typically, what we do on any contract that comes through the city attorneys do review the contracts to ensure that what the city council decided is implemented and included in the contract also. In this case, the contract was not drawn up by our city attorney. It was drawn up by the Lloyd Gosling, the attorneys that represent the 3 different communities in this partnership. So this was never reviewed by our city attorney, therefore the $100,000 stipulation really wasn't caught. It was just left without the stipulation, other than the expenditures would be split 3 ways. The contract continued as such, and typically when, again, once the city attorneys do review contracts, in this case it didn't have to have her signature because it was not reviewed by our city attorney. Typically what happens after that, the purchasing division receives the information typically from the director of that department who's responsible for the contract. And if there's a limitation on whatever the amount is, as far as limitation or what have you, it's also included in the form of a purchase order to not exceed a certain amount. In this case, this didn't happen because there wasn't an amount stipulated in the contract. Moving forward with the contract itself, the city staff did implement the contract as stated. We moved forward. We received our initial bill on December 15th of 2011 for the amount of $43,259.72. Now, this is 1/3 of the amount. The other cities paid the exact same amount. Abilene and Midland paid the same amounts. What ended up happening, though, because we didn't have those amounts, the amount of $100,000 indicated in the contract, we did have the $100,000 limit mandated by the city council surpassed on May 25th of 2012. At that time, we had paid an amount of $185,334.38. We had received another invoice of $62,527.38, and that's an amount that's pending payment, which brings the total amount owed, paid and owed, to $247,861.76. Ms. Farmer, and as Mayor reported a little while ago, we are appreciative of the fact that Ms. Farmer did catch this. She was in Abilene at the time when she heard from one of the council members, I'm not sure which one, that the cities, about the cities, I guess the amounts being spent and so forth. Ms. Farmer did come back and have a meeting, visit with me also, initially, I believe, back in February. So we started discussions at that point. She had requested to review invoices and so forth. Because we do have an agreement with the 3 cities, and this is a confidential agreement. And the reason why confidential is because we are seeking water sources outside of our community. Some of these can be very controversial. We're trying to make sure that everything that we do in providing water for the city long-term, moving out and going out, that we do keep it confidential because of the disputes that may erupt in those areas where we're looking for water. So at that point, Ms. Farm and I did start discussing this. She started discussing with the staff, with Mr. Dane also. As far as the invoices, our concern, of course, was from a confidential standpoint, we don't have an issue with the council member coming in and reviewing those invoices as long as they do it in-house at City Hall. It can't leave City Hall because of its confidential nature, and that was expressed. I know that in listening to the allegations or reading the allegations in the memo that was submitted to us, it was alleged that the city was trying to cover up these spendings. I will tell you right now that as far as everything that happened, this happened a good 17 months before I showed up here as a city manager. There's no reason for me to want to cover up anything whatsoever. There's nothing to hide whatsoever. I was concerned that that was alleged. But again, from my standpoint and as far as my integrity, I would never do anything that would concern any type of cover-up whatsoever. But in this matter, it was alleged that we were trying to cover up these expenditures. And that wasn't the case. Again, as I mentioned, there's no reason for me not having been involved from the very beginning to try to cover anything up. All I was trying to do was to make sure that as far as investigating this situation, that I was thorough and that I was fair with all parties involved to determine exactly who was at fault, if anyone was at fault. And looking back as far as the beginning of this whole investigation, it just started from the very beginning. We do have procedure in place, as I mentioned a while ago, to make sure that we catch an amount that's about to go over. As I mentioned, again, that we had the PO system in place with a $100,000 maximum, that would have been caught and red flagged, and we wouldn't have surpassed that amount. Again, the intention of the current staff that we have in place at this point, I see no, I can't point the finger at anyone and say, you were at fault, why didn't you catch this? This should have been caught from the very beginning. And for that, we do apologize to our citizens, because we try our very best to make sure that every contract that comes through here, that we're very thorough in reviewing it and making sure that it's implemented the way it's supposed to be implemented. Now, mind you, we look at hundreds, thousands of contracts, and we try our very best to make sure that we do every single one of those correctly. This one, unfortunately, did not go as planned. And because of that, we did have an expenditure that went above an amount that shouldn't have gone above. Again, $185,000 was paid out. Once we discovered the $100,000 limitation, we have put a hold on the $62,000 that I mentioned to you in order for us to bring this to the City Council to get their approval moving forward as far as how this will be paid. I do want to express that as far as the West Texas Water Partnership, it started off as a Tri-Cities. The effort itself was supported by the City Council. And speaking to a previous elected official who's no longer here, he did express that he felt that, of course, if there was an issue, if he would have understood that there was a $100,000 limitation, he would have very easily brought this back and discussed this with the City Council. He felt that that wouldn't have been an issue as far as getting more approval. Again, the spirit and the intent of the City Council was to move forward with the West Texas Water Partnership. There was an understanding that, yes, $100,000 was the limitation, but from viewing the video, it was understood that it would surpass that amount also. I don't see any wrongdoing, to be honest with you, as far as from anyone from this current staff. Again, it's unfortunate. I will tell you that the West Texas Water Partnership is a partnership that I do hope that we can continue with. This group affords us a wonderful opportunity to share expenditures, share our costs and our resources with two other cities that normally we would have to take on ourselves that would be too cost prohibitive for the city of San Angelo. Also gives us a bigger voice with our state legislatures. The three different cities combined is over 300,000 in population, with more senators and more representatives in that group that could give us a louder voice there at the state capitol. The resources and the voice that we'd have also for lobbying for more money for this area, for me, is really well worth the opportunity of continuing on with this partnership. We do agree that as far as the amounts that will be spent and moving forward, we will have to invest some money at this point to make sure that we invest in a long-term water supply. I know that our concern is that we're not just trying to address the water for us at this point, but make sure that we are addressing water for our kids and also our grandkids moving forward. We know that the Regional F group, as far as doing the research and determining how much water the city would need, had determined that by 2060 we'd be short about 32,000 acre-feet of water. So we have to do everything we possibly can to address our future water needs. Again, it's very unfortunate, and I'm very saddened and upset that this actually happened. What we're trying to do is just correct it and move forward and make sure that we continue on addressing our long-term water needs. I will express to you our apologies to our citizens for this happening. We want to make sure that we address it and ensure that moving forward that this doesn't happen again. Again, the intent wasn't there. Again, I investigated myself. We had our internal auditor take a look at this also, and we came to the same conclusion. So again, that's just a quick overview on my part as far as what was done. And again, we thank you and we apologize to you also.
I would further like to add that when this was brought forward to the council in April of 11, I was on the council, Johnny Silvas was on the council, and Charlotte Farmer was on the council. And when this was brought forward to us, we knew at that time from the executive that this would be there would be several steps to this. When you are looking for water in West Texas in a drought, you don't want everybody in the world to know what you're doing. It was important that we have a confidential ability to go out and seek this water. Had this been brought back to the council knowing that it was just a start, that there would be many more dollars involved, had this been brought back to the council, I would have voted to approve it. I don't speak for Mr. Silvas, but Mr. Silvas, would you have voted to approve it?
You know, I know I would have, because I know that the dire straits that we're in. I mean, we're begging for water all across the state. So, I mean, citizens have always asked us, well, is that all we're doing right now is the Hickory? Where no, there's other things we're looking at. We can't just depend on the Hickory that's taken close to 40 years to get here. So I had no problem with moving forward.
And I will also add that in the memorandum that Mrs. Farmer sent out, she wrote in there in parentheses, I am in favor of the West Texas Water Partnership. So I feel that Mrs. Farmer, since she said she was in favor of it in writing, would have voted for it. I also feel assured that the mayor, who was the one that had given the confidential authority to go out and seek water, would have voted for this. It is my opinion that had this been brought back, it probably would have been in a consent agenda, because every member of our council knew that this was a staged deal, knew that this would take money, and knew the importance of finding water. So I just throw that out there. I'm sorry it happened. I wish it would not have happened. I certainly wish this hadn't come up on my watch. But we had promised honesty and openness and transparency, and I had this put on the agenda for full discussion because we do not shove things under the rug. This happened with the previous city manager, with the previous mayor, and with the previous water director. All of those have now changed, as has 4 of the 7 members of this council. So I throw that out, and I'm going to open it up for discussion. I know Ms. Farmer wants to say something.
Charlotte, may I ask a question first?
He wants to ask you a question first.
I need to ask a question first for clarification as an attorney. I want to talk to Mr. Valenzuela because we need to make sure what we're discussing here and what action is proposed to be taken, because
Do you give the floor to Mr. Wardlaw?
That's what I'll speak after, if that's fine.
I want a clarification as an attorney, because I think item 13 is ambiguous, and I don't know what it means, and I want a clarification of this, so when we're arguing about this and commenting on it, we know where we're going or where we're trying to go. I think the public needs to know that I have three different agendas here, 2 amended agendas and 1 final agenda, and the first 2 agendas just said consideration of matters related to West Texas Partnership. Then on Friday, at the last minute, we get the final agenda, which has considerable language on here, not only considering the West Texas Partnership, but authorizing funding and payment of city's proportionate share of costs incurred for services pursuant to interlocal agreement. I don't know whether that talks about the funding in the past, or whether that authorizes consideration of continuing funding, even though we don't know what it is, and even though they're talking about now a new stage 2 that I'm not familiar with. It would be $3 million, in the range of $3 million they want us to participate in, and I don't know whether that's ratifying that or not, but the language continues as expanded, and it says and in consideration of ratifying all actions taken. All actions taken. I want to know what that means. I assume that's actions taken by the staff. And then it also added additional language and made pursuant to the interlocal agreement since its effective date and any actions in connection thereto. This is very broad and very general, and I don't know what it means. There's a lot of stuff that has not been brought out in the first 2 speeches, and we'll get to that in a minute. But the thing I want to point out is in Charlotte Farmer's letter to the council and everybody else, she points out that there are 4 minutes that she came across of meetings that appear to have been modified just within the last relatively few days, having to do with minutes that go back a year or so, and they're set out, the dates are set out in the letter, and she cannot understand why, and I can't understand why there would be current modifications of the minutes that go back over a year in time, just in recent days, and one was even shown to be modified on Sunday night, if her information is correct. And Mr. Morrison has requested that we audit the the water department many times, and I think we need to get to the bottom of whether or not these minutes were audited. If this isn't such a big deal, why are they asking that all the actions of the staff be ratified? And this was a continuing problem. It would not have stopped if Ms. Farmer hadn't blown the whistle on it and discovered it. And it is a serious matter, and I do feel like there is not a cover-up because Ms. Farmer uncovered it, but what's trying to be done here is they're trying to take this continuing problem that we had and minimize it and make sure that it's not a big deal in the eyes of the public, and I just don't think that's the case. But I want to know from Mr. Valenzuela, first of all, who was all participated in the redraft of item 13 on the agenda? All persons.
The participants as far as the draft, and again, as far as changes being made on Fridays, this happens very often, sir. This isn't something that's unusual.
I'll just ask you
Well,
to them.
Yes, sir. Let me get to that, please. As far as the wording, I wanted to make sure that the wording was proper to make sure we address the previous expenditures. Make sure that moving forward that we address the amounts that needed to be paid. Involved in this were Ms. Bowling. I asked Michael Dane also because I was out on a different meeting at that time to go ahead and move forward and let's get the wording down. He called me and let me know, and I was good with that. So again, there's nothing there as far as I'm not sure what you're trying to imply, but there's nothing in there other than we're just trying to make sure that the monies that have been spent at this point, that we do ratify that and make sure we take care of that expenditure, which is in the contract. And then moving forward to make sure that we do have an amount that we're addressing if, in fact, we do move forward the West Texas Water Partnership. And this is what this was all about. As far as the minutes being modified, the insinuation, and I'm sure I know where this is going, I have nothing to do with minutes, quite frankly. You know, that's something that at this point I'd like to have Ms. Alicia go ahead and address that as far as those modifications and why the modifications are made.
There is no insinuation. It just doesn't look good, and I think we're entitled to have an explanation of what's going on here, since this is an important matter. And you know, we can have those presented to us today, the before and the after minutes of these four, or we can postpone that to the next council meeting, but I'm sure you know that tampering with a government document is a felony.
I sure do, sir. I sure would never do that.
And I'll tell you, the district attorney's office is not as cavalier about what's going on as some that have just spoken. And let me tell you, the reason it's even more egregious is because of Furniture Gate right before that, when it hit the fan and a $100,000 check was written without the proper safeguards and accounting procedures, and there are memorandums floating around, and everybody agreed that this would never happen again. And lo and behold, shortly thereafter, we're back on the same program with all of these large expenditures. And to make it even worse, what the people and the citizens need to understand is this would have continued on indefinitely if Mr. Farmer had not had the presence of mind to dig into this and find out about it. And as I said, there's talk of a new phase 2 that I wasn't even aware of, that they're saying is going to cost $3 million, which they want us to pay $1 million of. And so if this hadn't been caught, it's obvious to assume that logical to assume that we just continue to pay all those invoices without any city council approval, and those would have been improper also.
Mr. Wardlaw, since you're bringing up the allegation that minutes were changed, can I hear from Ms. Ramirez to see what her response is?
In regards to the minutes, I checked the history of the minutes back to the packets. I did not find a modified date. All the dates were within a couple of weeks. And if there are any modifications, they are administrative in nature only. If it's a substantial change, we would have to bring it back to council for them to review and approve again.
And we can definitely audit that and make sure that if there's any major changes from back when to now,
Yes, sir.
you know, that we can address that. And I don't have, I mean, As a matter of fact, we'll go ahead and do that, just to make sure that you'll see that there was nothing there.
Those
anyway,
are a
so.
year ago, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And Daniel, would you also address Furniture Gate?
Yes, sir, I sure would. As far as
Mr. Valenzuela, excuse me.
Let's let Mr. Valenzuela, you have asked questions, let's
I
let him
wasn't
answer,
finished.
please.
I was going to continue with my question.
Let's
It won't
let him
take
answer the
long.
questions you have asked him. We've let Alicia answer. I would like him to answer the allegation about Furniture Gate, and then we'll allow you to speak again, sir.
Furniture Gate, this actually occurred October of 2012, which unfortunately was my first meeting here at City Hall, or at the, I was introduced this way. What happened as far as this agreement is a good 17 months prior to that. So you're making it sound like Furniture Gate happened and then this happened. The agreement actually happened 17 months before Furniture Gate, and I actually hate the use of that word. But as far as the contract and what that was, we did have a department that overspent and didn't use the PO system properly. This was a totally different situation from an actual contract that was approved by the City Council. So you're comparing apples to oranges here on an issue that actually happened prior to the furniture issue. Again, moving, as I explained to you, as far as the procedure to be followed with a contract was not followed, which is why this fell through the cracks. As far as the furniture issue, that's been addressed, and at this point, that's an issue at this point that we monitor on a daily basis. These are two totally different issues. These have nothing in common, and one happened way before the other one. This one we're discussing at this point happened well before the furniture issue.
May I ask my question now?
Yes, sir.
Well, for clarification, are you saying if a motion is made on item 13, it will not be authorizing any additional payment past the $63,000 check that is sitting there on your desk right now?
Mayor, we have some financial information, both looking back at what we would be authorizing and looking forward, that is available when you're ready to hear about it.
We want to pay an amount at this point, the amount that's sitting there. We definitely want to make sure that the 85,000 went above, that we do get approval by the council to make sure that that amount is ratified. As a matter of fact, that the amount that's already been paid at this point above the 100,000, that's ratified, because it is something that does need to be paid pursuant to the agreement that we had. Also, the amount that came in, the other 62,000, also we do need to address that also, which is why it's worded this way as far as ratifying those amounts. And then, of course, the discussion moving forward to make sure that we address future funding if we continue with this partnership.
You're saying that we would address future expenditures at a later date. You're not saying we're giving a blanket authorization for future expenditures by the approval of this motion.
We have any action in connection there too. Basically, what we're saying at this point is we're addressing the past payments is what we're doing at this point.
Past four payments.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that's all it is at this time, okay.
Mayor? You will have the opportunity to address future payments if you choose.
And any future participation that we have with West Texas Partnership, we also can consider. This is just to take care of money that has already been spent according to the contract that we signed in April the 11th, that we would share 1/3 of the cost with Abilene and San Angelo. That's what this is.
Yes, sir.
And that's very plain. Action already taken and payments made pursuant to the interlocal agreement, which was April 2011.
Yes, sir. But you will also have, we added this language so that you would have the opportunity to direct staff for future activity, so that there be clarity at this point moving forward what future commitment council wanted made.
Then I think we need to divide this into two different sections. We will divide it in one section as to honor our contract that we made in April of 11, and then we will have a second action which will consider whether or not we remain part of the West Texas Water Partnership. So we'll do this in two.
Ms. Bowling, would you please let's get your input on that to make sure we're right on target here.
Well, you can do exactly what you said.
Okay. I would like to do it that way so that everyone is perfectly clear on what we're doing. We are honoring a contract that we made in April of 11, that we honored this as a 1/3 of the partnership, and then we will make another separate item to determine whether or not we remain in the West Texas Partnership. Is everyone comfortable with that?
I'd like to be able to address.
Clarification, you're not talking about today?
I'm talking about today if the council wants to do it today. That is
Yeah.
that is dependent upon a majority of this council.
All right, I do not want to do that today. I'll just make it clear, but go ahead, Charlotte, I'm sorry.
Okay, are you
I'm
ready for the
yeah.
floor?
Yes,
You've got it.
please. Since I've been named and tossed around and thrown out with the wash that the baby took a bath in. But first of all, I want to apologize to the citizens of San Angelo for this oversight, for this payment that was not authorized by council. There indeed, as everybody has agreed to on March 22nd, 2011, council, after discussion and executive came out, and I'm the one who made the motion that we move forward with the agreement not to exceed $100,000, and we get the revised contract, because what we were provided with was an interlocal agreement that didn't have a date, a term date in it, nor did it have the dollar amounts, and that's what staff was instructed to do. And you can read all the minutes, and I went ahead and put it in my memorandum so that it was in there, and business rocked along. Mr. Mayor, I do have to disagree with you on when I advised you of it, because I did keep the date down, as I do everything, and it wasn't in April, it was in June. And Mr. Valenzuela, you stated that I mentioned it to you and talked to you about it in February. No, I did not. In February, January and February, I was still getting reports from various peoples at other cities that our involvement with the interlocal agreement was much greater than $100,000. I didn't come to you until June, after I had met with numerous occasions and opposition from the staff to view the transactions or anything referring to this, because I obviously didn't know enough when I was in Abilene. And the reason I'm certain of these dates is I spent most of April and May in Abilene. I came back on Election Day, May 11th, before I was even back in town, so it was virtually impossible. I know I didn't phone you. I think my phone records would verify that, and I know when I sat down and talked about it, so those dates are inaccurate. After being told that by the attorney that information has attorney-client privilege, I couldn't have it. No, you cannot have access to that information, or you have to request for information through executive session, and I am not prepared to give you that information. On numerous occasions, I was running out of trust. Why? Why could I not see simple transactions and information? I'm going to read Article 2.10, City Council, in our handbook, and Article 2.100 of the City Council states in Section 2.120, investigations. The council may investigate the financial transactions of any office or department of the city government and the acts and conduct of any official or employee, and that includes the city manager. Even though we do not have, the council does not have direct contact over the employees, we can report our findings to the city manager. But in conducting such investigations, the council person may control the attendance of witnesses, the production of books and papers and other evidence for that purpose, and may issue subpoenas. I was acting in my authority as a council member when I started asking to see these documentations. And time after time again, I was met with, you can't have them, attorney-client privilege. Now, this came from the city manager, it came from Michael Dane, and it also came from our city attorney. According to a question that I had asked Michael Dane, and he said those were the instructions from the city attorney, and the other time was instructions from the city manager. I have to ask why. Why couldn't I see them if it was an oversight? Why were you trying to stop me from seeing these items? It's perfectly reasonable and within my right as to our city charter, and it just didn't make sense to me. I also disagree with Mr. Valenzuela's letter and the mayor's comments to you that this happened on September 3rd, that they were going to talk about. If you will look at the September 3rd agenda, The reason I didn't attend this second executive session, it was not on the agenda to discuss the actions with reference from. We were there and talked earlier with the attorney and the engineer with reference to the West Texas Partnership. After lengthy discussion and very heated and raised voices toward me, and why didn't I give this up? This was after Mr. Valenzuela gave us a letter on August 20th. August 20th, and at that council meeting, in his opinion, although the limit was surpassed, I see this as an oversight and not any willful negligence on the part of the administration. But no discussion, no alternatives of how we were going to deal with it, how we were going to apologize to the public, and what's most aggravating to me, where the monies were charged to. To pay this debt, the monies were charged to the water fund. And somebody waved their hands back there. So we'll know you're live and the lights will come back on. But to charge it to the water fund, we have a half-cent sales tax that states that money can be used for water exploration. And everybody up here, previous council, staff, they all know that. They had several opportunities until I gave a deadline that if I didn't hear something that it would be handled publicly, that I would take it to the DA. That is what the TML handbook instructs you to do. When you have lost confidence or trust in your city manager or your mayor, you take it to the DA. I followed instructions. I'm sorry that it's a public deal. It's normal for the person that has blown the whistle, it's very normal to try to discredit them and make them the wrong person. I didn't sign these checks. I didn't not do the proper budgeting that it said in the first agreement that needed to be done. I wasn't the one who wasn't seeing to it that we got those budgets and that accountability, and then we had everything in there that we were supposed to have. All I did was blow the whistle that staff and city manager are running the city without council approval. I've gone to great lengths. At first, this was called the interlocal agreement. And from January until March, April, May, I was referred to by numerous people from out of town saying the West Texas Water Partnership. And I finally asked in May, when I got back to town, I asked, what is the West Texas Water Partnership? Oh, that's the interlocal agreement. The name had even changed, and there's 2 more documents, agreements, that talk about the Phase 1 and Phase 2. And yes, you're absolutely right, Mr. Mayor. I would have voted to gone over that first phase, our share, to find water. I truly would, as long as we had the money and knew where to charge it out to. Phase 2, I didn't find out until September 3rd that that portion is going to cost $2.6 to $3 million. It is prudent on our part as council to know where the money's going to come from to pay for this. It is prudent for this council to know what we got in the first phase. And if you read the billings and stuff that are in there now, it was for all of the research to look at our water rights from Ivy and all the different places around that could get water to us. I have a file down here this thick that has been all of the research that has been done since 1951 to find water for the city, that we have paid for studies time and time again. I'm through paying for things that we don't get any action from, that we don't get any water from. We simply paid a repeat of all the information that we have had since long before I came on council. But at least I took the opportunity to read all of this research that councils have done before me. And yes, I wanted it public. And yes, I wanted the city manager to give us some sort of idea as to how we were going to prevent this from happening again. It's happened twice. The date order in which things happen is immaterial because both items shouldn't have happened. And there should have been procedures in place to begin with that it doesn't happen on all of the things that we have done, whether it's the softball complex, the tennis courts, the swimming pool, you name it, every project, that amount, that cap is put into the computer, and you know when you're going to get there. This project wasn't handled the same way. There can be lots of reasons, but I want those reasons explained to the people, and I feel only right to protect us from wrongful, it wasn't a dismissal, but for people in the past who committed the same sort of violation, whether it's Apple or an Orange, it's still spending money without approval. I don't want them coming back on us because we chose to look at twice the amount, but nobody got punished. I didn't ask the city manager or the mayor to fire anybody, but I wanted to see that this issue was dealt with properly and according to the laws. Call me whatever you want to call me, nerd or whatever, but I do read the stuff that is printed in our handbooks, our manuals, the TML, all of the guidelines that are out there for us to read and to know which ones we're violating. I just have to ask if any of the staff or anybody else is reading it. They're there for a reason, to keep these things from happening again. No wonder nobody trusts the government. Come forward and say, hey, I messed up. You know, I can forgive that a whole lot easier than I can all of these stalls and months that were going by and nothing was being done. The only one that was doing any work on it was me. And I've made it very clear from the very beginning, this sitting council minus 3 people weren't involved, didn't know anything. And I hate that for them at this time, but it is something that did happen and it needs to be cleaned up. I don't think that me, the whistleblower, should be ridiculed, punished, or talked down to as I have been. And because I didn't feel that that discussion was properly listed on the agenda for executive session, and it wasn't. Anybody who attended and discussed this at that meeting, you need to look at the handbook as to what section of state statute that you're violating and the penalties. $100, $500 is probably nothing to y'all, but a year in jail is something to me. That's not just the fine, that's if they wanted to so prosecute and go forward with it. And then I have to ask, what makes us think this is all? If this keeps happening, what else is happening? I've had faith and trust in staff members since I've been on council. And I am extremely disheartened that this has happened. If you're going to tell mistruths, if you're going to change minutes, and I can tell you I'm probably the only council member, and Ms. Ramirez knows this, in my laptop, I've got a copy of the agenda and the contents from every meeting since I've been in office. So for me to click back in my computer that nobody at the city messes with, for me to click back to look for some of this, and I come up on alterations or modifications in minutes, a year and a half, a year and 10 months, 2 years later, and I made it very clear in my notation, there possibly is a good explanation for it. I couldn't find one, and there very well might be. So I questioned Ms. Ramirez. She is allowed by law to make administrative corrections. And I did ask her, would you go back and correct something administrative a year and a half, 2 years later? And she said, well, no, not normally. And the time of day that shows on my computer that these documents were messed with, midnight, 1 or 2 a.m. on a Sunday morning. So if we don't have a virus or we don't have somebody out there hacking into our system, somebody's doing it. But my computer goes home with me every night and doesn't go back to the city so that the records could be changed in there. I'm just asking for explanations. It's an embarrassment. I don't appreciate people in high authority kind of twisting and turning the facts around to make it okay. Those dates are very, very critical in there. I couldn't have talked to Mr. Valenzuela when he said that I did because I was in Abilene, in a hospital. it just didn't happen that way, Mr. Mayor. And that's the reason I called you when I did, to tell you what I found, because that is the procedure that we're supposed to do. And then you didn't act on it. You didn't even include me in anything that you may have found out about it. Totally closed off, which surprised me. And I trusted in giving the information to you that it would come to light immediately.
You told me on June the 14th, and we discussed this at a subsequent council meeting. It was brought to the attention of the city manager. We spoke about it in an executive, and we gave the city manager the authority to investigate this. You
Didn't
told
say
me
June
on
earlier.
June the 14th
Yes,
is
sir.
when you told me.
Yes, sir.
Daniel, do you want to answer any of these?
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question of Ms. Farmer?
Yes, you may, John.
Because I too have every council meeting minutes for the past 5.5 years, okay? But my question to you, Ms. Farmer, is if you did see alterations or deletions or whatever modification you saw, did you find what it was that was changed? Did
No,
you?
all I have,
If you've got the old, you got
no,
the.
I don't. I have the old and what had been modified prior to, and I can explain that. I took my computer down to, Steve's not in here, IT, the IT department, because I was having some problems. And what Steve did is he loaded my computer, re-upped everything that had transpired from that time. So that changed any document in there, and that's where I got the dates modified, okay?
So you don't have the old minutes, so to compare with the,
No.
what you're alleging
No.
has been modified?
Ms. Ramirez, you do have the old minutes, and you do have the modified minutes. And it's just a matter of looking at both of them and determining what the modification was.
I do not have the modified minutes. I just have my original file.
Well, she has the modified, and you have the original.
No,
So we
sir.
ought to be able to put both of them together.
That's not what I said. I said at the bottom, I'll stop and if you can take a look at it, you can go to, pick a date, and when it comes up, it shows the date of the original minutes. And then it slides over here at the bottom and it says date and time modified. And that's where you get the newer dates
Who has
and the time of day.
Is there any way that we have the original and the modified that we can compare?
I can pull my folder, which is the original, and it'll have the day that it was created as well as any modification date.
Please do that and bring that to us so that we have this. I want to see what the modifications are as well.
That's what I want to see.
I want to see the
'Cause
modifications.
I've got the old ones.
If it was grammatical or if it was punctuation, then I want to know that it was punctuation or grammatical. If it was a sentence or something changed, I want to know that as well. So pull the old, pull the modified, and let's compare them. Please, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, and
Yes,
my laptop, since we're one of the three most senior, it hadn't been to IT, so what I've got is the original also,
Cool.
so just keep that in mind.
This ought to be real easy to figure out.
Sure, it should be.
And if there's been a modification, we'll know what the modification is. Daniel, do you want to continue, sir?
Sure. I do want to mention, Ms. Farmer did say that she didn't come to me in February or talk to me about this project or anything like that. In her memo that she sent out, she did mention that she approached me on February 7th, 2013 for project progress, and that's what I was referring to. As far as all the times Ms. Farmer came into my office, I have multiple meetings every day. At times, the ones that do have recorded that are scheduled are the ones that I know for sure, these are the dates that we had. At times when Ms. Farmer comes in, or anyone for that matter, I immediately document the day that individual came in to talk to me. I go by your notes also, Ms. Farmer, that you mentioned that you asked for progress, a report on the project on February 7th. As
June
far
20th?
as, I'm sorry?
June 20th?
No, ma'am, on February 7th. Okay, it's in your notes, that's what you wrote down. As far as the not being handed or giving you the information that you're requesting as far as invoices and so forth, the only concern that we had expressed, and I know you had gone to Mr. Dane also, is just because the confidential nature of the agreement that we have with the other two cities is to just review the information there at City Hall, not to take it home with you.
I didn't ask to take it.
Okay, then you had access to it at any time then. At that point, we had the files there, you could have reviewed it at any time. If it wasn't about taking it home, why not review it there then? We make it
I
a bit-
asked Mr. Dane to put me in a corner somewhere in a well-lit office one day when he was interviewing Miss Terrell, and that was on July 3rd, I believe it was.
Mhm.
And I was told I couldn't have the files. I told him then, I wasn't interested in taking them out of the building.
That is not how I recall the conversation. You wanted copies, or you wanted to be able to take the documents with you. And we actually shared those documents for another council member to look at before that July date. Another council member had the same request, and they had the opportunity to review the documents, but they weren't insisting on taking the documents. They simply wanted to look at them in City Hall, and they had that opportunity.
Mr. Dane, that is categorically not true. I never asked to take the documents.
No, that is true. I came in on June the 27th, my orientation meeting. I asked for the same documents you're talking about, every one of them, and within 4 days, I came into that orientation meeting, the very first meeting I sat with 2 other council members, and every document was presented to me. I was asked not to take any documents out of there because it was confidential, and that did happen, and that was before July.
No, I'm not saying your deal with him didn't happen. I'm saying
It's before you are claiming that you didn't get to look at them. That was before you claimed that.
That's right. I didn't get to see him until August.
I don't believe you.
Well, Mr. Fleming, it was in the audit committee meeting, and there were numerous outside auditing firm people there that it was asked in front of. And Mr. Dane admitted that I didn't have them. And he went up at that time, when they asked him why, he went and got the minutes, the package, the file, and that's the first time that I ever got to look at them.
Should I respond?
Yes, sir, please.
When you brought it up in the audit committee meeting, I told you that the documents had been available for in excess of a month, and that they were immediately available and sitting on my desk as we spoke. And as your written statement indicates, after that audit committee, we went through the documents together.
That's right.
So how could I say that they were not available, and then 30 minutes later, we're going through them?
July 3rd is when you told me that they weren't available. August 9th, I believe it was, if I could look at it, is the day of the audit committee meeting.
July 3rd, that same file was sitting on my desk. It's the same file that another council member just said that he looked at.
On June 27th. Dwayne?
Yes, sir.
Can I say
Yes,
a few
Mr.
things?
Fleming.
Okay, a couple things I want to talk about. One, on the executive meetings, this last meeting, before we left that first executive meeting, Dwayne asked you and Winky specifically if we needed to come back to the second meeting and discuss the rest of the items that were talked about. And you said,
I said for what?
no, ma'am. You said yes. You said yes. And there are other members here that everybody was here. Both of y'all said that we were not through. Let me talk. We were not through discussing what was going on and what was going to happen. Then, and I want to, since you're so honest and everything's out in the open, someone saw you leaving before you went to that second executive meeting, and you said, I don't want to go back to that second executive meeting because I don't want to be yelled at. That's what you said to this person.
Exactly.
You did.
And you were part
So
of it.
you're trying to turn this all around to where this is, I'm not going to go to the meeting because they're doing something illegal. We weren't doing anything illegal in that meeting. We already had that meeting in the first meeting, and we were coming back for the second meeting to finish it up. We did nothing illegal in those meetings, nothing at all.
How did the
And if
agenda
you would have
read?
been at that meeting, which was called for your benefit, you would have known what we had discussed and what we were going to discuss at this meeting. I don't want you coming off as the savior on all this thing. We all knew, and the most important thing that we need to get through to everybody on this, to Midland and to Abilene, is the water partnership. We are in a partnership with those two cities, and water is the most important thing on this, and we're talking about these things like we want to get out of this partnership. We don't want out of that partnership, and I don't think you have the majority of the vote up here to get out of that partnership and stop that partnership. You yourself have said you wanted to keep it going. We need to just keep moving forward on this. I agree, they did mess up on making the payments. The payments should not have been made. He explained that to us in the second executive meeting that you did not attend because you didn't want to be yelled at, and we went on. The next thing, when you went to the press, reading out of your book there, this is a body. This is a body. And you went to the press, and you did not send me a letter. You did not tell me what you found. I don't believe you've told Marty. I know
I didn't get a
several.
letter.
I never got a letter from you. That,
I can't share more than 2 people.
a
That's-
letter? Yes, you can. You shared it with 100,000 people. You
On
sent
the
that letter to
council.
every person out here. I should have gotten that letter. If we're acting
I gave it to the
ethically,
mayor.
if we're
I
acting
sent it.
ethically, then you should have explained to me what you were gonna do out there. It embarrassed the heck out of me. I had no idea what you were doing. You went on this other press thing. You did 2 interviews out there without telling us what you were gonna do. I think that was an ethical violation on your part, and I think you let some information out that you shouldn't have let go, and you can be brought up on some charges. That's my opinion.
At least I'm not having meetings with just 4 people.
With just 4 people, I have no idea what you're talking about there.
Mr. Mayor,
As far,
Take a break.
I'm still speaking. As far as the next thing, in that first executive meeting that you were present for, and Winky said a while ago he knew nothing about, but that's not true. They did explain to us about the possibility of the $3 million, and it's not a possibility, it's gonna happen. It's gonna be about $3 million, and in order for us to get water, it's gonna cost us a lot of money, and we really need to be focused on getting the water. We have to spend these studies, we have to do these tests, and we have to get water. San Angelo is gonna die. People do not even understand how bad our water situation is, and they need to understand that. We need to not be fighting over $280-something thousand. We need to be fighting for $3 million to get on with this study and get moving on down the road. That's what we need to be doing.
Mr. Mayor, when he's through, are you through, Rodney?
Is anybody else? We take this one at a time. Everyone gets to talk, then we'll come back around. I've not heard anything from Mr. Vardaman, Mr. Self, or Mr. Silvas. Do y'all have anything to say?
I'm going to go to the bathroom.
I just want to add.
Let's say you have spoken. Mr. Self, or you?
No.
Mr. Vardaman, do you have anything? Okay, we can start over again. We'll start over with you, Winky.
Well, I don't know if Rodney's through.
Go ahead. I'm sure I'm probably gonna say something after you're done.
Okay. I disagree with some of the things you said, Rodney. I don't think there's any need to get into a personality conflict right here. But you said that I didn't tell you the truth when I didn't know anything about this Phase 2. I found out about Phase 2, the best of my recollection, at the last city council meeting in executive session.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what
I was saying.
That's
You
what
said
I just
you said.
No, you said you didn't know anything about it earlier.
I think we
said
need to
until
move on.
recently is what I meant.
I think we need to move on, and I will entertain a motion, one way or the other, that we pay the contract that we owe, the contract that we signed, the contract that we authorized Harold Dominguez to sign, and the contract that we have with Abilene and Midland. I will entertain a motion at this time to pay this according to the contract that we signed. Is anyone willing to make it?
I'll make it. I'll move that we move forward with this item number 13 the way it is. But having said that, and this is where I'll give Charlotte credit, because she and I remember that we had been asking on the progress of this contract, and which is true. And part of it, I take blame for it. Because we should have been a little bit more adamant about it. But moving forward, I agree. We need transparency. We need to hear from you guys as to what step, where we're at on this contract. So, having said that, I will move forward with it, but again, with the stipulation that, hey, whatever dollar amount is spent from now on, from today on, we need to know,
I also will take my portion of the blame here, because I also was on the council in April when we approved this, April of 11. I also voted for this. And I also did not notice the $100,000 threshold. I'm at blame as well on this. I take it. I apologize. I forgot it. Our manager forgot it. Our water director forgot it. Our mayor forgot it. It was forgotten. It fell through the cracks. It was not a cover-up. It was a very stupid mistake, of which I accept my third of the responsibility. Johnny, I would ask you in your motion, if you would make the motion in these words, just like it is in item 13, consideration of authorizing funding and payment for city proportionate share of cost incurred for services pursuant to the interlocal agreement between the cities of Abilene, Midland, and San Angelo effective April 9, 2011, West Texas Partnership and consideration of ratifying all actions already taken and payments made pursuant to said interlocal agreement since its effective date and any action in connection thereto. Will you make that in the form of a motion?
Yes, I will, but I also want to add that we get a quarterly update of all this.
And that is good. Will that be added to that motion?
May I ask?
Will anyone second
I will
this
second
motion?
that.
Are you going to designate which fund where the money comes from to pay for, to reimburse the water fund?
Michael?
Mayor, in the interest of full disclosure, what staff would propose is Phase 1 amounts of approximately $262,540. That exceeds the amount that's been discussed so far. There are 2 months' worth of invoices that we're anticipating receiving soon associated with Phase 1. For Phase 2, Mr. Dixon has worked up an estimate to participate in Phase 2, which is estimated to span 12 to 15 months. And includes some specifics that we'll get into when we're allowed to discuss confidential matters. His estimate for that amount over that time period would be approximately $1,016,783. And at this point, our portion.
Yes.
I'm sorry, very good point. These are our portions. And at this point, we think it'd be appropriate to direct staff to seek reimbursement from COSA DC from those funds. We do propose that the city remain in that loop. The city is the party to the agreement. The city should remit the check. That also keeps those documents in the city's files where they can remain confidential in accordance with our attorney's opinion and the provisions in the contract. And we'll seek reimbursement from COSA DC for those monies, and we'll have to work out the details associated with that. And then Mr. Silvas, Mr. Valenzuela was also talking about some sort of quarterly reporting mechanism, both from a financial standpoint and from a project progress standpoint. So
May I ask a
a
question?
full approval of everything that's possible in 13 would include the 262 for Phase 1, which is somewhat the looking back, ratifying and approving. And it sets the funding level for Phase 2 at that $1,016,000, and it directs staff to seek reimbursements from COSA DC and to develop a quarterly reporting system for council.
I would ask, Johnny, if you would also modify your motion to say that this includes Phase 1 only. And after we deal with Phase 1, we will come back and deal with Phase 2, so that everything is kept completely, totally separate. Will you modify that?
Yeah, Ms. Ramirez, of course, you heard that I will also include in that Phase 1 only in the amount of $262,540. Add that to my motion.
With quarterly reports.
And I think we know.
The motion has been made, it has been seconded.
I just want to clarify the motion, please.
You may.
Are we clear as to what we're getting for this investment? I mean, as it was so far, there's no water. I mean, we're not getting any water. Is it clear where we get water from here? Is it going to be the Cedar Ridge that's above Abilene? I mean,
Ms.
do we
Farmer,
know?
I wish that you would quit divulging confidential information. This is confidential information. It has been spoken about only in executive. We have a confidential arrangement with Abilene and Midland that we will speak of these things only in confidential settings. And when you start bringing about all of these different areas that we have looked at for water, you are destroying the confidentiality.
No, sir, it's been in the newspapers. It's not confidential. It's already out there.
It is confidential for us as a board because we have an agreement with Abilene and Midland that we will hold these things confidential until we as a board decide with a majority of this board to allow this to be sent to the public. That is our agreement, that is your agreement, and it is not public knowledge. It is confidential and it must be kept confidential. And I would ask you to stop divulging confidential information that this board has not with a majority approved.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to move that Mr. Silvas's motion revert back pretty much to what you made it initially. And
Mr. Wardlaw, would you turn the microphone on, please?
It's on.
Okay.
Move to modify Mr. Silvas's motion back more in the nature of what yours was, which is deleting the part about ratifying all actions already taken.
Mr. Silvas, do you wish to modify or do you wish to keep it as you made it?
I will keep it as is.
Okay, the motion has been made, it has been seconded, and it will not be modified. It is now time for public comment. I'm going to ask you to hold this to 5 minutes because it's 10:44 and I'm getting to need a break. So if you have any public comment, let's come forward. Let's get this over with.
Mr. Mayor, you mind using the clock?
They'll do it. They will honor our.
May I be excused for just a moment?
You may
Yes.
be excused if you would like, ma'am.
My name is Jim Turner, and this is a very important issue for a number of reasons. One is the trust that we have in the people that work in City Hall, and the other, of course, is in dealing with the water itself. I'm still not very satisfied with the response I'm getting on how things work in City Hall. I don't think we've got a problem with just a few bad apples in City Hall. This isn't that type of situation. What we have here are two areas that need to be really looked at and addressed, and so far don't seem to have even made it onto the radar screen as fully as they should. One, we seem to have a series of systemic problems that don't have checks and balances. You have a system where things are supposed to go, but you don't have an additional outside way of looking at things to make sure that that happens. That needs to change. At the same time, we have a cultural problem within City Hall. It seems to be acceptable to have mistakes like this. These are the most glaring, the biggest, but it is a culture of not doing everything that should be done and then saying it's okay. There's not really much in the way of consequences that the public can see. And we are treating council and the public in a way that's not going to build trust. There's a culture there on how we deal with these issues that we'll handle it, we can take care of it, and then not bringing full disclosure to a lot of this stuff, like on the furniture issue and a few others. There's some questions I've asked I still don't have answers on that should be able to have answers. There's a culture that needs to get changed within City Hall on how these get dealt with. That's a very tough thing to do, and it's not something I can explain in a 5-minute talk up here. But what I'm seeing is going to be creating more of the same issue. Culture is kind of like a bad apple barrel. It creates bad apples. And we've got a culture right now that is taking some really good people and having them do some really stupid, illogical, unproductive things. And because of that, we have the problems we're seeing today. Second thing on water, no matter what we look at, one of the things that needs to be clear, and one of the things that we've discussed before, is we need to be very wary of going with any more surface water sources. Surface water tends to have a very high loss, lots of evaporation, and on most of the proposed surface water projects I've heard about are more or less taking and robbing one group of people downstream for the benefit of the people upstream. We have to be careful that we don't get into a situation like that, no matter what water source we're looking at and whether it's north of here, south of here, east of here, or west of here. Surface water is a very limited, scarce resource, and once we start playing in that game, we are going to be creating a water war. We don't need to do that. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
I would like to add one thing, Mr. Mayor.
Come forward, JB.
And I'm sorry, it's okay, I can get it right here. Yeah. I'm sort of glad I came to the council this morning about the water, because I knew you was going to be talking about water. But you was talking about you being embarrassed about the situation, and I know that we need to do all we can do to try to bring water, because water is a worldwide issue now. It's not just a San Angelo issue, it's a water issue everywhere. But my point is, you said the council was embarrassed. I'm embarrassed too, and I'm quite sure a lot of other people in San Angelo are embarrassed when I haven't watered my grass for 3 years now. And when I can't drink the water in my house and have to go buy a bottle of water, that's embarrassing. That's what's embarrassing to me. So I'm asking to take these things under consideration, because someday you're going to be old as me on a fixed income. It might be wider than mine, but I'm trying to say is, after a while, we're going to all be in the same boat about this water. And we need to do something about it. We need to have decent water that we can drink, that we can smell, that I can water my grass with again. I thank you for the council meeting. I'm sorry I can't talk about the issue that you're talking about because I don't have enough information. I've been involved. But carry on. But always keep us in mind, too. We get embarrassed, too. Thank you.
Thank you, JB. Any other public comment? Come forward, please, sir, and state your name, and you got 5 minutes.
Good morning, Council. My name's Steve Salmon. I spoke to you about probably a month ago when we were talking about water, and I support the idea, and have for a number of years, the idea of a partnership between cities of West Texas, because starting in '95, I realized that other cities were way ahead of us in the search for water, and it was going to be our lifeline. Without water, the city can't grow, ASU can't grow. We're going to spend a hell of a lot of money, pardon my French, on the most beautiful park in the world and not have water for people to come look at it. I do have concerns that we're spending money for a probable surface water project that may be 20 or 30 years down the road, if it ever happens. Plus the fact that we'll spend up the money for a 100-mile pipeline. I think we need to be looking in the partnership for nearer term, nearer future water supplies. And I encourage you and I encourage city staff to do that. I was on the Water Advisory Board. I got off the Water Advisory Board because I felt like it wasn't doing anything. We got what city staff wanted us to have. We didn't get anything else. You have one engineering firm to build the water treatment plant that we're currently looking at. That's because the Water Advisory Board got one engineering firm recommended out of 4 or 5. We didn't make the recommendation. The city staff made it before it got to us. So encourage to look for nearer term, closer water supplies than a reservoir that's 20 or 30 years out in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salmon. Come forward, Billy. State your name, please, ma'am.
My name is Billy DeWitt, and I just want to say, first of all, that I appreciate all the work that all of y'all do, and I know this is not an easy task. I'm going to approach this from a little bit different point, because we know San Angelo is a water-deprived community, and we know that we're going to have to invest money to find us some water resources. I lived and worked away from San Angelo for 10 years, and I wanted to come back here. So I'm here because I want to be, and I want water. So I want to be able to water my lawn. But the thing that concerns me, I guess, is that almost since the first of the year, I've been reading in the paper about, in the city council agenda, calling for the discipline or termination or whatever of our city manager. I used to be in recruiting, so I know we invested a lot of money in recruiting him to San Angelo. And I just get the impression that for whatever reason, we don't want to work with him, or you don't as a council. And I think y'all need to reconsider that, because we invested a lot to bring him here. And when I hear us, at a previous council meeting, even considering to pay Christian Village $440,000 to buy property that the city didn't damage, versus spending $262,000 in researching for some water. I said, what is the problem with this group? We need water. We don't need to be looking at investing money and buying land where the city didn't do anything to to damage that land. So, I just think this has been good discussion, but I would have loved for y'all to have had this discussion outside of the citizens of San Angelo. I think you, Mr. Fleming, made some good points, and that's exactly the way a team has to work. We have to be able to confront each other and say what needs to be said, but I would rather y'all have done this outside of our hearing and worked out everything the way you worked it out here before us today. I mean, I wouldn't have considered that being swept under the rug. If Ms. Farmer felt like she had to go public, I wish, Ms. Farmer, you had made them aware that I'm about to call the TV station and I'm going to go public. Because, I just don't think that was necessary. That's personal opinion, and this is my personal comment. So I just, I hope y'all can work together. We voted in a group of people that we felt like could do a good job in running our city. I couldn't vote for every one of you, but the ones that I could, I did. So y'all get together, work together as a team for the best thing for San Angelo. And infighting is not the best thing for San Angelo. Work with your city manager, because I know y'all probably spent $300,000 or more in a search for him, then relocating him and his family. And I'm sure he's here because he wants to be. He didn't have to accept this job. So let's stop putting in the paper that we want to discipline him or terminate him or something. Try to work with him, and then if he violates, whatever his job description is, then talk about that. But get on with the business of managing the business of the city of San Angelo and finding us some water.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other public comment?
Billy, one thing I want to say, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
One thing I want to say, thank you for that, but I can tell you that the majority of the members up here have full faith in Daniel. I feel that's pretty, I think that the majority of us have full faith in him. And that's why I'm so upset about this thing. I truly don't think that this whole deal was a cover-up. I think this was a screw-up. They messed up, and it was accounting error, and it was a big accounting error that hopefully will never, ever happen again. But I want to move on this deal and just let's get it done. Move on. Let's get some water.
Do I have any other further comment from the public? Come forward, Mr. Cortez. State your name, and you have the floor, sir.
Name's Gary Cortez. I've been back there thinking real quick, and we move forward, and what's to keep this from happening again keeps coming up in my mind. Big mistake. I don't know if a provision in the employment contract of the city manager, the heads of staff of the different departments, if maybe some kind of clawback provision ought to be put into the powers to be at the city level, not council. Y'all don't get paid very much. Stating if there's a misfeasance or a malfeasance that the city would have the right to go back to the previous folks, and if it can be proven that we can go after their retirement or their funds, and that kind of deal in a contract would maybe hold their feet to the fire a little closer. And if we have a transition from city manager to city manager like we have, maybe the previous city manager would use a little more due diligence in watching that the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, and that something like this wouldn't fall between the cracks. Now, maybe it's already in the employment contracts. I don't know what goes on if there's Mr. Valenzuela has to sign, if there's a contract of that he agrees to become city manager of the city. But moving forward, it seems to me that something in that form would make look a little closer before we just say pack up and leave San Angelo. Make sure that everything's passing on to the new city manager in a thoughtful and correct manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Good comment. And I will add that it has been established as rule already that the city manager will sign no contract, period, until it has been through legal staff. Had it gone through our legal department, this would never have happened, but it did not. Her signature was not on that contract. We will never, the city manager will never sign another contract without it going through legal first. Any other public comment? If not, I want to make this clear that this is listed as number 13, which is a single agenda item. We are dividing this item into two categories. The first category that we are working on is that we approve the expenditures for phase number 1. We will come back then with a separate motion that will take us into phase number 2. This first motion is for phase number 1, to take care of the contract that we have already signed and are obligated to. So I wanted to make that very clear, and you have that clear in your motion, correct? Have I done everything correctly, ma'am?
Yes, so we're ratifying, and it's the second part of item number 13.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
it might be helpful if you read that. Okay, or reiterate that if you wish.
So what you're talking about, pardon me? Read number 13 again?
No, the motion that you're making, if you wish, you could restate. It's one item, which you've said, Mayor, and you're saying that you're splitting that item into two separate motions. So you've made that clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Proceed.
Johnny, will you put that in your motion, sir?
I will gladly put that in my motion.
Okay, we're dealing with one. Are we through with the comments? Then I'm going to call for the vote.
Is that okay?
All of those in favor to go ahead and pay our contract that we are obligated to, this is part 1, phase 1 only, as the motion has been made, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
In fact, raise your hands if you're for it. All of those opposed, say nay. Okay, we have 6 ayes, we have 1 nay, and I am calling for a break, and it is 11:01.
Second part, Mayor, if we might, there's another part of this item that requires a motion, which would be for future funding for cities' continued participation in the
Yes.
agreement. That is
Okay. Does anyone wish
necessary.
to make a motion, and this will deal with phase 2, that we continue to remain a partner with Abilene and Midland in the West Texas Partnership in the search for confidential water sources? Will anyone make that motion?
I'll make that motion as long as we put in the provisions that it'll come to council before we make any of the payments on that. Right? We've already talked about that.
You want open session action on
Yeah,
any
let's
payment?
do that where it's out in front of everybody on
Let's
any
keep
of
it
those
open.
checks that'll be, that'll
We're not
that'll be
hiding
cut.
anything. Let's keep it open. I agree with that,
Do
Rodney.
you just want a report, or do you want approval from council before the payments are made?
I think Ms. Farmer would feel a lot better if we just approve it, or we take action on each one.
We'll do it.
We realize that this is going to be approximately $1,016,783.
At least.
At least. But each and every payment will be brought to the council for discussion and for approval before payments are made.
Now, Mayor, we have approval on phase 1. We're getting ready to make those payments. Would you like those payments also to come?
Phase 1's been taken care of.
Yeah,
We know
okay.
what the payments
That's
are.
fine.
We know what that's about. We can deal with those in the past. But in the future on phase 2, I think Rodney's motion is a very good one, and I will accept that. And
I just want to show our partners that
Yes,
we're truly in with them.
We
We're
are
moving
in.
forward on this deal. And our most important thing that we, as a council, should be working on above everything is our water situation. We have to get this taken care of.
We've got a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion, we have a second. I ask for further council discussion on this. I ask for any discussion from the,
Here.
Mr. Vardaman.
One of the things that I would like to look at also is exactly what we are getting for this $1 million. I, being new, am not familiar with the engineering person, the legal person, what phase 2 involves, where we're going, anything about it as far as depth. I have a problem representing the people and the taxpayers when I don't know what the heck's going on. So I want to stay with Tri-Cities. There's no doubt about it. We need to do that. But I want to see what we're getting for $1 million.
I would suggest, Mr. Vardaman, that this be handled in executive.
Have no problem with that.
Because there is the importance of confidentiality. So I
Absolutely.
believe you are right, and you can make that in your motion if you would like, Mr. Fleming.
Well,
that
how about we go to executive and we come back and we'll re-bring this up after executive.
After executive day, so that we can clarify
Yes.
the motion?
Yes.
Well, I think that, I know that what you're asking for is a lot of in-depth information that really our engineer could come in and present to you, which is what we want to do on a quarterly basis, is bring the engineer and sit down with council members and really give a breakdown of exactly how this monies are being spent going forward also. And I know that the engineer, actually, matter of fact, we have a meeting tomorrow, can come in and do that very specifically and sit with you individually or with a group, a couple of council members, and make sure that that information is very clear. To
Well,
you.
and not only in retrospect, in future, you know, where are
Absolutely.
we going, where are we heading?
Yes, sir.
Those sort of things.
I agree with you.
And he did talk to us in that last executive meeting about
he
a
did.
lot of the, we can't speak on those things, but
Right.
remember, a lot of those things were discussed out of that $1 million. It's actually $3 million.
So how
but
about
not
if your
portion.
motion says that we will bring it to open council before we make payments, and before we bring it to open council to authorize the payments, we will have an executive meeting that tells us exactly what we're doing?
Is that all right with you, Don?
I will,
I'm asking Don because Don didn't like how it was worded the
Well,
first time.
Like I said, the thing about it is, I have no problem really appropriating a set amount of money. But like I said, with that, I want the information that goes with it. And we have been furnished with some of that in broad sweeping brush strokes, but I want details. I don't want to, pay for somebody that we can get somebody else to do for less money the same thing.
but let me pull my second.
Do you want to pull your motion until we talk about an executive and then come back?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, let's pull the
I'm fine
motion.
with that.
We will talk about this in executive. We will come back with exact language.
Hold
too.
up, Mr. Mayor.
Well, then, the item remains open.
The item, the
The agenda item
The
is
agenda
not.
item on 13, Phase 2 of the agenda item remains open until after we go to executive, we discuss it, we just determine the language that we want to use.
Ms.
That-
Bowling, are you talking about even the first part of it?
Well, it's under
The
one
whole-
agenda item,
so
so
the
we
whole thing-
cannot do anything to conclude or close the item. So I
Okay.
would just,
When we
come
come back
back-
from executive today, we will close the item.
okay. And so
Yes.
we've articulated the first part of a motion that's
Right.
under this item, but still pending is the remaining
second.
motion under this item.
Okay, fair enough.
Let's take a break. It is. Meeting back to order.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to propose that, since it is 11:24 and we're on item 13, that at 4:30, wherever we are, we stop, get through the budget stuff, and then have another meeting this following Tuesday and finish up then.
Mr. Vardaman, if you will make that a motion, if you will make that motion at 4:30, I will gladly second.
Okay.
Let's move on to item 14. This is discussion of radioactive material. I would like to take item 14. I would like to take item 15. Item 16, Marty, are you willing to move this to the next meeting or
Yes,
to another
please.
date? Okay,
Or-
well,
or-
we will move items. We've got to get Marty out of here by 12. He has an important 4-hour meeting in Las Vegas, so he is booked for the next 4 days. He has to go. But anyway, let's move on and let's discuss item 14. This is discussion of naturally occurring radioactive material as it relates to the Hickory groundwater supply project. Ricky Dixon, you're on, and be concise and precise, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to come back and talk about this one more time. We've done this before in the past, and there are new council members, so we wanted to go over it one more time and make sure. I'm still hearing some issues and some concerns from the public and also from members of the council, so we're going to go another run at this. Today I have with me, that'll actually be doing the presentation, is Dr. Ian Hamilton and Mr. Rick Jacoby. Dr. Ian Hamilton received his Bachelor's of Science from the State University of New York and his Master of Science and PhD from Texas A&M University. Dr. Hamilton has 30 years of experience in nuclear engineering and medical and health physics, and is currently the Corporate Radiation Safety Officer for Scott & White Healthcare System. He is a board certified in the comprehensive practice of health physics and a licensed and board certified medical physicist. The U.S. Navy provided Dr. Hamilton start in radiation science and is a division leader on the ballistic missile sub USS Henry Clay. His experience includes a nuclear engineering professorship at Texas A&M, radiology professorship at Baylor College of Medicine, and committees concerning and consulting for nuclear and medical facilities. He has participated in several national level committees concerning counterterror and domestic preparedness even before 9/11, which culminated in several widespread reports and an annual teaching engagement at Harvard. He was appointed by Governors Bush and Perry to the Texas Radiation Advisory Board, of which he served several years as vice chair. He was the primary author of the Texas Radiation Advisory Board's 2011 position statement on radionuclides in drinking water. He also wrote the definitive peer-reviewed paper on the environmental impacts of radium pipe scale removal process in the oil and gas industry, published in the Health Physics Journal. He is a member of the American Association of Physicists in Medicine, American College of Radiology, and the national and local chapters of the Health Physics Society. Mr. Jacoby received his Bachelor's of Science and Master's of Engineering degrees from Texas A&M University. In addition to being a licensed nuclear engineer in Texas, Mr. Jacoby is a health physicist and licensed attorney in Texas. He has more than 39 years of experience in technical and regulatory assistance in the licensing, construction, operation, and decommissioning of nuclear and radiological facilities. This includes expert guidance on radiation risk assessments, licensing and permitting of nuclear facilities, environmental assessments, nuclear facility closure and decommissioning plans, radiological and non-radiological, environmental monitoring programs, nuclear facility operating procedures, and management of radioactive waste storage, processing, and disposal facilities. Mr. Jacoby was appointed by the Governor Perry to the Texas Radiation Advisory Board, of which he served as the chair for part of his membership. He is a member of the national and local chapters of the Health Physics Society and received the 2011 Richard S. Hodes Lecture Award for Innovation in Radioactive Waste Management. And with that, I would like to turn this over to Dr. Hamilton and Mr. Jacoby for their presentation, and there'll be a period for question and answers afterwards. Thank you.
Welcome, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, members of the City Council. I was going to say, after what you said to HEB this morning, maybe there should be 50 pounds less of Dr. Hamilton up here. After hearing what Ricky said kindly, I think maybe 50 pounds less of my resume. I guess PhD really does stand for piled higher and deeper. So with that, we were asked to speak on the radiation health and safety aspects of the proposed drinking water treatment facility. Both myself and Mr. Jacoby, my colleague, have put together a few slides to put things in context. Specifically, I'll be speaking to radioactivity. For those members of the board that haven't heard this before, radioactivity and radiation is everywhere. We'll put health and safety in the context of radiation dose. And then Mr. Jacoby is going to speak to some of the design features of the proposed plant as well. I put this slide together for exactly what it says in that title. Radioactivity is present everywhere. The radioactivity we're talking about in drinking water, and make no mistake, it's in all drinking water, not just from the Hickory Aquifer. It's in the water we're drinking now. It is natural in origin. It comes from Mother Nature. Like you can see here on the slide, we're getting irradiated all the time from radiation coming in from outer space, the atmosphere, coming out of the soil. It's in the food we eat because the food we eat grows in the ground, which is radioactive. It's in the water we drink, the air we breathe. This table out to the side here puts it in perspective. This is based on a National Council Radiation Protection and Measurement report, and it's not important that you understand what millirem per year is, that little esoteric unit up there. Think about when you take a Tylenol tablet. The doctor prescribes Tylenol to you. This says take a tablet or two, or take 200 milligrams, whatever. That's just a unit of dose. Everything in radiation comes down to dose. So you can see here that we do get exposed, every one of us just living and breathing on planet Earth, to low levels of radiation and radioactivity every year. I will point out that that radon, it is averaged across the whole U.S. You guys are lucky, like we are in most places in Texas. We're not getting that the radon exposure here in San Angelo. It's very trace because of the nature of the soils we have here.
So if I'm eating that steak, that's got radioactivity in it?
Yes,
Like
sir.
a cow that's sitting?
Yes. The question was, when we eat the steak, it has radioactivity in it. Yes, you have trace amounts of radioactivity in the steak that you eat, in the plants that we, the carrots, whatever. But again, it's natural in origin. Okay,
See,
it's
Mr.
not
Mayor?
because somebody laced
that?
it with it. Radioactivity is in many common things. That's what I want to point out here. You see here everything from drinking water to cow's milk. There are trace amounts of radioactivity. I picked these things because they're in picocuries per liter. That's a unit I've heard you guys speak to before. Everybody understands that's just the amount of radioactive something. In this case, the something in drinking water. And you can see here we've even put like what the treatment process would knock the drinking water down to. If you look at this next slide, same thing. These are things that are all common to you. That's not picocuries per liter, it's picocuries per gram. That is still just the amount of radioactive something that's in this material. Instead of it being a liquid, it's a solid. We have radioactivity in gypsum wallboard, bananas. For anybody that's been on campouts, those thorium lantern mantles, they're hard to come by now. You got to buy them on eBay, nerds like me, because everybody's bought them up because they are so radioactive. And again, the soil, radioactive, therefore our skeletons incorporate these radioactive materials into them. With that being said, I did want to ask Mr. Jacoby to come up here. He has picked out some sources that are common. This is a salt shaker. What gives it its orange color, just like where you get your yellow and gold colors in cosmetics, say like lipsticks, is it's been colored with uranium. We pick that because these are, again, natural radioactive sources that the public's being exposed to in their drinking water supply, so we wanted a source of natural radiation here. And we also picked this half-inch steel plate, if the council can see it. This is how thick the vessel walls would be in the vessels in this proposed plant, and I wanted to demonstrate just what a good shield a half an inch of steel is for these natural occurrences. Now, this is emitting alpha rays, beta rays, and gamma rays, and X-rays, as a matter of fact. And you can see here, you can get quite a lot of counts off of it. Closer you get, the higher the dose. Like anything else, you get behind the steel, and you can see here as he passes, right, the dose rate drops to background. You're always going to get a few random clicks, and again, that's because these solar rays we talked about, the gamma rays coming out of the stones behind you, out of the gypsum wallboard, the concrete aggregate, things like that. All right, there are other natural sources Mr. Jacoby could demonstrate as well. No salt, the salt substitute that we all buy at the health food stores. We have potassium in it. Part of the potassium is naturally occurring potassium-40. So again, stopped by the steel. Granite, the same way. It has all the same nuclides in it that we're talking about in the soils and in the drinking waters. And again, it is stopped by the steel. Mr. Jacoby also has some uranium-colored marbles. And again, they emit the entire range of particles and rays that would be in the collected media. And again, it's stopped by the steel. So we had another demonstration we could show you with the cinder blocks, but the same thing. There's already nothing once we get beyond the steel except for the random counts. If we put the cinder block in the way as well, and the reason I make this point is because you'd have to go through several layers of concrete to get outside too. There have been concerns raised about members of the public happening by the water treatment facility. Again, you see we're just at background. Thank you, Mr. Jacoby. And so here are some dose calculations that I put together to put everything in perspective. You can see here people are probably familiar with having pelvic or abdominal CT scans or even nuclear stress tests. Those are the doses that you would get from those medical procedures in a matter of seconds to hours. If you look at what Mother Nature gives you down there at the 300 level, that's the dose that we get average across the U.S. population, like I said before, over an entire year. You can even see here what a mammogram, a screening mammogram with 4 images will give to a woman in, again, just a matter of minutes. The dose to the staff, and again, I will point out these are very highly conservative dose calculations I did. I assumed that the vessels were completely full to the point of needing to be changed out all the time, year-round, and that all the radioactivity was up against the vessel walls. So if a worker had to work near them, it was as close to the worker as they could get. And then even rounding up from there, you can see that I only have 30 millirem per year. In other words, 1/10 of what Mother Nature would give them. And I, as an expert, don't actually think they'll ever get doses near that high.
for the people that would happen by the facility, I didn't even put the dose up there because it wouldn't show up. It would be so small. So that is, again, to just kind of put things in context based on this treatment facility. And Mr. Jacoby, I'd like to ask him to come up here to speak to some more things about plant features specifically.
Mayor, Council, I'm Rick Jacoby. I was here a couple of years ago to speak to some of these same issues. And today I wanted to come back and address some of the issues that have been raised by Council with regard to the design of this and operation of this facility. This is a plan view of the facility itself, showing the exterior walls and then the equipment inside the facility. The ion exchange vessels are colored blue in this illustration. And I wanted to just point out some of the safety features that have been incorporated into this design. One is the masonry walls on the exterior of the building. They provide shielding, just as we were illustrating with this concrete block here. This concrete block's about 6 inches thick. The walls on this treatment plant are about 12 inches thick. So they're twice the thickness of this concrete block right here. There's containment sumps underneath the ion exchange vessels. These sumps are designed to capture a spill from a ion exchange vessel should it rupture. And if it were to rupture, the ion exchange zeolites would flow to those containment sumps where they'd be captured. And then if necessary, they could be recovered and shipped for disposal. The floors of the building are sloped to the containment sumps. We have epoxy coated the floors so that whatever falls on the floors can easily be swept or washed into the containment sumps where they can be recovered and then sent for disposal. These containment vessels, these blue vessels, and I purposely colored this shield that we used a moment ago. Pretty heavy. I worry that I'm going to crush your furniture here. This is a half-inch of steel, and these vessels are a half-inch of steel. Just wanted to illustrate for you how robust these containers are. It's not likely that they would ever fail. It's as we illustrated, there's not much radiation that can get through that much steel. The building has limited access. Only employees of the city and employees of WRT will be allowed access to the building to work on the equipment and the ion exchange vessels in this building. The building is monitored for any radiation exposure, as are employees, and small amounts of radon. Dr. Hamilton was mentioning radon gas, which is natural in the environment, will also be natural in these vessels, and it will be vented through the roof of the building into the atmosphere where it will be diluted and won't even be detectable. Very small amounts. There's been some concerns that the plant could possibly explode or catch fire and burn down. That's just simply not possible with this particular plant. This plant is very safe. There's no explosives. There's no flammables in the building. There's obviously water. We're flowing water through the building. There's the air in the building. There's some anthracite that are in the filtration vessels, but they're in a container where they couldn't possibly catch fire. Zeolite is a clay-like substance. It's not flammable, nor is radium. None of these materials are flammable or explosive, and so an explosion or a fire is just not a real concern. There's also been some concerns expressed by the council that a pipe break could result in some sort of an environmental impact or impediment. We did some calculations to look at a variety of pipe breaks, and our calculations show that if the pipe were flowing 9 million gallons per day at its absolute maximum capacity, and it were to rupture just right in half so that the entire 9 million gallons is discharged every day, it would take 2.3 years for that amount of water to flow into the nearest stream or arroyo or river and to elevate the radiation levels above the regulatory limits. And I think it's not likely that if you had a 9 million gallon a day break that it would flow for 2.3 years before somebody would do something about it. I suspect it would be taken care of within just a few hours or minutes even. Likewise, if you had a 9 million gallon a day flow, pipe break, rupture, and the water was flowing out onto the soil, it would have to flow for 240 days before the soil would capture enough radium to exceed the EPA's and the TCEQ's regulatory limits for contaminants in soil. As to livestock, our calculations would just indicate that a cow could not drink enough water or eat enough grass before it was taken to be butchered, to where it could have enough radioactivity in its muscle or tissue or bone to be a health hazard to anyone. So a pipe break is not, I think, a concern. There's been some concern expressed about storage of the radioactive materials in the city of San Angelo or at the plant. And there's just simply no long-term liability or storage concerns for the city, because your contract with WRT says they are responsible for the zeolite resins. They have to provide the resins. They have to take the discharged resins away, and they're not going to be storing them in the city, and the city has no liability for it. The resins will be discharged from these vessels. It'll be taken to a licensed low-level waste disposal site somewhere elsewhere other than the city of San Angelo. So in summary, as Dr. Hamilton said, radioactivity is present everywhere. The radiation doses from the environment and from this plant are minimal. The groundwater treatment plant, as I just illustrated, has been designed for safety, and there is no long-term storage or liability issues for the city because WRT is contractually bound to haul those wastes away. Dr. Hamilton, I'd be glad to answer questions if you have any.
Counsel?
I have one.
Yes, Johnny.
Mr. Jacoby, how many of these water treatment plants are there in the state of Texas, just off the top of your head? And have there been any issues, any pipe breaks, anything having to do with the water treatment plants? Do you have any idea how many are in Texas?
I don't know how many are in Texas. There's a number around the United States, and there has been no issues. I don't know that there's been pipe breaks. That's not to say there haven't been any, but I certainly don't know of any if there have been any pipe breaks.
Mr. Hamilton, do you have any idea?
Oh, no, I agree with what Rick said. I mean, we know that there's several of them throughout other states, and if there had been a pipe break, it's not for lack of looking or trying to find one. We would have, I think, found it. But I'm saying a major pipe break like this, I'm sure they have other, just the typical industrial issues and things like that.
So then the outer walls will be twice this thick?
Yes, sir.
Of the facility?
That's correct. And by the way, that's not done for radiation shielding. That's just the structural nature of the building itself.
Okay. All right.
But it serves a dual purpose.
Sure. Thank you.
Don.
Gentlemen, I have heard some things like once the water flows through there for a specific length of time, the piping itself will become radioactive. Is there any?
The what will
the
become
piping itself that the water's running through will become radioactive?
You want to? I'm going to let Dr. Hamilton address that because that's one of his specialties, actually.
It's not the piping itself. There'll be a scale that could build up depending on the temperature and the pressure in the pipes. It doesn't happen uniformly through the pipes. It could happen at certain areas of the pipes. It would be easy to detect, and again, that would be, from what I understand, pigged out annually. In other words, they would scour the scales off the inside. Now, most of the scale, I will point out, is not going to be radioactive anyway. It's almost like table salts, brines that form scales, but there will be trace amounts of radium in there. Again, very low level has been my experience, and where they have a lot of experience with that is the oil and gas industry. And again, they're used to handling that all the time.
Would it be such that we would have to move it to a disposal site, or would we be responsible for that, or WRT, or do you even know?
WRT would be responsible for that, is how I understand it, yes, sir.
Okay.
And again, that's not even necessarily something that would have to be moved to a special landfill. It would all depend on when the brines built up, did they have any radium in them, and to what level?
Gotcha. Okay. One of the other things you pretty well talked about all the breaks and those sort of things. We've heard that, for instance, in some of the outlying areas, that when they get ready to sell a water heater or something like that, it's radioactive enough that they can't can't do that. Is there any truth to that, or would we be in the same situation?
In some areas of Texas where the water is not treated, there is a buildup of radioactivity in water heaters. It's documented, it's in the literature. It is usually does not exceed the regulatory limits for the disposal of these water heaters in an ordinary landfill or in a junkyard or scrap steel plant or something. As a discretionary thing, some of the scrap steel companies will not take those water heaters because they just don't want the aggravation of dealing with them. But there's no health hazard, there's no regulatory prohibition on it. They could take them, and many do actually. One thing I want to go back and I would recommend you clarify this with your engineer, but it may be that WRT is not responsible for the raw water pipeline. I don't know for sure, but even if they're not, if you pig out that pipeline and you have a small amount of radioactivity, I believe the levels would be less than 30 picocuries per gram, right. In which case then you could just send it to an ordinary hazardous waste landfill or even a municipal landfill for that matter, if you should choose.
Are y'all familiar with the process that WRT uses?
Yes, sir.
From what I've read, they don't have a plant that is taking this much radiation out of the volume of water that we're looking at. Do y'all have any idea about the coming water that we have and feel good about being able to purify it?
Oh, I'm very confident. You know, this illustration here, they don't have a plant that has this many vessels, but they have many plants that have individual vessels the size of these that treat smaller amounts of water. So in water in and water out, we know that the water coming in and the water coming out is much safer and cleaner and meets all the health and regulatory limits for drinking water. So this is a proven process. The only thing that's bigger about this is you're moving millions of gallons a day as to some of the smaller plants that they have in Illinois, New Jersey, and Colorado and other places.
Okay.
So it's the in and out that he's talking about. The volume would be the same per vessel, just more vessels. It's a scale-up question is what you're asking.
Right, okay. Good deal. Thank you.
Yes.
That's all I have.
Any other questions from council? Any other questions from council? Do we have any questions from the public? Gentlemen?
Process, it's the cost of it.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. We needed that, and that gives us some assurances. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
Let's move on. Let's go to item number 15, which is a discussion and possible action on matters related to the 19th Street Sidewalk Project. We've been dealing with this for some time. Jerry C. will not let this die. The city manager and Don and Marty and I were all out there a couple of months ago, and we discussed this and looked at the different side of the street to determine how we could do this and what it would cost, and we gave staff the charge to find out what it would cost and bring it to us. And Mrs. Farmer has put this on the agenda for discussion. So give us a report, please. You're not going to let this die, are you, see? I don't either.
I don't see it happening. There it is.
Well, good morning. I'm filling in for Tim Wolf, our engineer, today. He's actually put this presentation together, but I did meet on site with you, Mayor, and Mr. Venezuela and a few other council members. So I'm pretty familiar with kind of what we were looking at and put a few of these figures together. What we're really proposing today, let me kind of start into the slideshow. It's starting at Bryant Boulevard. We're wanting to basically for the residents and a lot of there's some schools and different things in that neighborhood. A lot of people walk that area, and just to give you a brief kind of an overview, it's a street that's about 48 feet wide, which substantially takes up the 50-foot right-of-way that we have, and so that's what's kind of made this project something we really need to kind of look at and see what's best for the citizens in that area and also the residents that live on that street. And I'll just get into it and try to make it fairly brief, but kind of give you the background. What's out there now, TxDOT has recently put a signal in within the last 2 years at the intersection of 19th and Bryant. And so in doing that, they went ahead and put the pedestrian elements there. So there's push buttons, there's ramps, things to get people back and forth across Bryant, which is a pretty busy street. But as you work your way down 19th, we actually have a school zone that crosses through there. And so a lot of kids are using this route, walking back and forth. There's a Stripes convenience store and a Taco Bell on opposite corners there. And so that's kind of what we were looking at. What we've discussed is 2 different options. We have the north side that we were looking at of putting a sidewalk. And what we're really looking at there is we've got no right-of-way on the north side at all. Basically, the back of curb is what we own, just to the back of curb. And we have several houses in that area. We have quite a few light poles. We have some electrical poles out there, several mailboxes, driveways, a lot of things that we're going to kind of have to work around looking at the north side of the street there. But flipping to the south side, we actually have 2 foot of right-of-way. What we're looking at is doing a 5 foot wide sidewalk. And in doing the 5 foot wide sidewalk, when you come up on things such as poles or driveways or things like that, when you get there and you're looking at the ADA aspects to get handicap accessible people through those areas, it's really kind of difficult to stay within that 5 foot. So if you were trying to keep it by the back of curb, as you're going down the street and you run into a pole or a sidewalk or a driveway, you're going to have to move that sidewalk, shift it back and forth, make sure the grades, and there's some ADA slopes that kind of come into play. And that's why when we were out there the day that we met, we were kind of looking at both sides to see what's more feasible. I know I did a little bit of research on kind of what had been canvassed in the neighborhood that they'd talked to before. I know they'd talked to a lot of residents on the north side of the street, because really in this kind of a project, gaining probably 10 foot of right-of-way is really what we're going to need to be able to put the sidewalk in and maneuver it through that area. And a lot of the residents on the north side, from what I found out, had agreed several years ago to give us some right-of-way to do that. And so really that's kind of the objective. If we were to put it on the south side, are those same residents agreeable to giving us some of the right-of-way that we'll need to get that sidewalk in there? But as you can see in some of the pictures here, this is actually, I believe, the north side, starting right behind where the Taco Bell is. You can see the trees and all the poles, several mailboxes and things. That's actually on the north side. Most of these photos are of the north side, just to kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at to try the obstacles to get around. And also there's, of course, several fences, trees. But to get kind of to the end of this presentation, this is some numbers that were put together, and this is only, just a rough estimate without doing an on-ground engineering topography to see really what we've got and how many things are actually in the way. But here are some of the numbers to do the north side, about $215,000, and the south side is right at $136,000. But something too I was going to let you guys know is on the south side, and some of the slides show that, and if you're out there on the ground, a lot of the pedestrians are walking on the south side. So there's already a beaten out path, and a lot of times ADA will kind of look at that, and it kind of helps to decide which side to put that sidewalk on. So I don't know if anybody has any questions. I'll try to answer it best I can.
Well, I know when we met out there that Mr. C said, he didn't have a problem with the south side. Don't want to speak for you, Jerry, but that would be fine, because most of the people did use that. And from your slides, it looks like there's a whole lot fewer obstacles that we'd have to fight.
That's true. That's true. Really, I think what it comes down to is if the residents are willing to give us some right-of-way on that south side, I think that would be our best option, if that's something. I know talking to Jerry when we were out there, they were going to, kind of canvass that neighborhood again just to make sure that people were agreeable, for doing this project, and they were willing to give us some right-of-way to work in.
Do we have further counsel? Johnny?
Yes, sir.
somebody remind me, but, or Jerry or somebody, was the proposal to do both sides, north and south, or just look at one or the other?
Originally, I talked to Bob Solis that works in our kind of the development side with the neighborhoods. He had said years ago when they had done that, what they were really trying to do at that time was to tie that whole neighborhood and that part of town with a overall sidewalk that connected everything, and it was really just that north side they were looking at the time. They weren't looking at both sides. And now we were looking at really just trying to get pedestrians down that stretch of road. And so we were looking at one side, you know, just because it's cost prohibitive to try to do both, I think.
Further council comment?
Well, do you know, and maybe I need to ask Jerry C. or somebody with WTOS, Craig, or somebody, are you guys good with? Okay.
Let's, since there's no further council comment, let's have public
Okay.
comment at this time.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Well, you got council, or public on the way up. Councilman Vardaman has been in touch with me on this issue and has instructed me that he wants this as a possible use of the capital money, the same capital money that we have used for the cemetery project. And so from a staff perspective, I think he had discussed bringing that forward, this specific topic forward in October. But he's already requested that we consider this item when we discuss that capital.
I think that's an excellent idea. Mr. C., identify yourself and you have the floor, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. My name is Jerry C. Ladies, gentlemen, council, mayor, city manager, staff. You know, this 19th Street project is part of an overall revitalization program that had been started by the mayors at that time, Mayor Lon and his group, and there's a couple of you that was on that council at the time. And during the time after that, there were several different programs that had been set up to revitalize 4 different areas of San Angelo. And they had devised a program as to where tax money was shared among all of these other portions of the city, which was named the left out zone. You know, it's that's the let's say the lower portion of San Angelo that wasn't getting the usage of that tax money, especially Blackshear, hadn't got any of the usage of that tax money for about 30 years. So they set these programs up for neighborhood revitalization and neighborhood to help neighborhoods grow with the city. Now with that administration, what they started with those programs, they included citizens of San Angelo, and it created an environment with the citizens that they felt included, and it came about. There was other different programs to help, revitalize our city. People got involved. Things would start happening, and people were pretty happy about that. But then after these people left and moved on, and righteously they should have, because they did a great job, these things seem to have fell off the table. You know, these different programs have fell off the table. And these programs were set up to help all of the citizens of San Angelo. And it was an inclusive program. And that reminds me of Pride of Lions. You know, Pride of Lions, the leader, the king of the lions, the one that leads the pride, the matriarch, the patriarch, when there's a younger, stronger lion comes into the area, he challenges the leader. And once he defeats the leader, either run him off or kill him, he takes over the pride. And once he takes over the pride, he kills all of the babies, all of the cubs, to start his own bloodline. And this is what is happening with this, and this is terrible. You're turning this city back around. These people has done great amounts of work, and there has been a lot of money spent to start programs that, since these new people has come on board, has started to turn this back around, and it's changing the atmosphere that had been set up before. It is changing, and we need clarity, as you mentioned, and we have to have some kind of system set up as to where how these people that has come into these new positions, how do they get the authority to redirect programs that has been set up to improve this city prior to them coming on board. And 19th Street is one of those programs. And 19th Street, as you know, and has been talked about, is one of the most dangerous streets in San Angelo. And it's not just starting that. One of the members that live across the street there from where we were, Mr. Sledge, has come down here with me today. He's been a long time resident along 19th Street, and he's seen plenty of things that were very dangerous on 19th Street. And back in the day, a Reverend Dotson lived on 19th Street, right behind where the convenience store is there. He and his wife lived there, and she went across the street to visit one of his neighbors. And as she was going back home, a drunk driver turned the corner and speeding ran over the lady and drug her a half a block, killed that lady. Nothing was done then. And it's time to recognize that there are areas where, I'll just say the least to recognize people, those areas need to be brought into the loop, and there's something that really needs to be done, and we can no longer keep kicking this can down the road. We have to face these problems. There's a lot of problems that's there, and there's a lot of tax money that's starting to come into San Angelo. So tax money should not be an option, because there's going to be a lot of money here, and we need our share also. And I thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your time.
Jerry, I think the question was, will y'all be satisfied with it on the south side as opposed to on the north side?
Well, whichever.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Of course, we'd like it on both sides, but if it's easier to put it on the north side, in order to get a sidewalk that would be safe for our children and our elderly, if that is the most feasible place to put it, we need it there. As long as we get the south side, if it's a sidewalk, then the people that get used to walking on the north side just have to walk on the sidewalk. You know, we can adjust. We just need that sidewalk program and the beautification, not just 19th for the whole area. But right now, if we can get a sidewalk now, and it can be 19th and the easiest and the quickest way out, we will accept that also.
Well, based upon that.
Is there any question? Yes.
No, but based upon that, the last thing I want to do is have any cubs killed today.
Okay.
And I don't want, and I don't want to kick any cans.
Okay.
And I don't want any patriarch lions killed either.
I take it that the south side's okay, and it, based upon that, I move, we direct staff to put that in our capital
Improvement
program.
CIP.
I'll second.
Rodney, did you have a comment, sir?
No.
Okay.
I'm agreeing with him.
I thank you very much, and I think that
Thank you.
there's some other comments.
Is there any
Good,
public
sir.
comment, any other
Thank you
public
very
comments need to be made? Identify
Don't-
yourself, Tim.
Whatever
Hi
you
there.
do, don't talk yourself out of it.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, I won't.
Yeah,
Because
This is
I've
just
got about
very,
2
very-
minutes.
this
I
is
got
very
about 2
brief.
minutes, and
He
I
has
have
to
to pull
leave
my
and he has to
motion.
do another.
Yes. It's just a very quick 2-minute video to share with you about 19th Street. I'm Tim Davenport Herbst, one of the leaders with WTOS. And 19th Street sidewalks are an important part of what we are trying to do here in this community, because it is a place that is dangerous. There's heavy foot traffic on 19th Street, people walking in the street. You have a lot of traffic, as we know, with the oil boom. More and more people are coming to town. That street's being used more and more. You can see even more here, the footpaths that are cut into the yards. as people travel along. It is something where people are going to be traveling, and you can see right here, you get to some points where you can't walk in a yard. You have to walk in the street. I want you to imagine a little old lady, a grandmother, walking down the street, bringing her groceries back, doing what those young women were doing. And this will give you just a real quick picture of the extent of the path as it goes along the south side. It goes all the way from Stripes and continues on, going down well past Galilee Baptist Church. This is an area that has traffic, that needs to have services, and we really appreciate your consideration. I'm not going to talk myself out of having it. So I'm going to stop the video right there. I think you get the idea. Thank you.
Any further? Charlotte?
One question.
Yes, ma'am.
How much money do we have in the capital improvement fund?
Well, the amount we're talking about is not in a separate fund, but it is approximately $1.75 million in total, minus $250 for a fire truck, minus $316 for a portion of a fire truck, minus the $316, I think was the cemetery amount. So between 1.1 and 1.2 million, I believe, is still available to be allocated.
That's correct.
However, I think Mr. Wolf emphasized to me, and I think if he were here, he would emphasize to you that the estimates for this could, that the ultimate cost could vary depending on what it takes to get the right-of-way, what clearing and restoring has to be done for personally owned assets that are currently in that right-of-way, and then ultimately, of course, the variability in bids. I think we're seeing concrete prices going up. So I think he wanted to make sure council knew that those initial estimates were very much just estimates, and that he was concerned that those prices could move depending on what kind of, especially depending on what kind of assets we found in the right-of-way that would have to be restored or rebuilt out of the right-of-way.
The motion has been made that we instruct staff to determine these costs and bring them back. Is that correct, Marty?
Yep.
And the second is the same?
Yes.
Yes, Craig.
Yeah, Craig Myers, WTOS.
I apologize. I'm about 10 minutes late. I need to pull my motion because I can't stay here to vote on it, okay?
Unless you want to take the vote right now.
Whatever
The
you'd like.
vote's going you guys' way.
If you want to take the vote.
I know it's going, but it's a context that Jerry set up that probably ought to hear, but if that's going to keep.
I mean, I don't want to stop.
No, if you want to go ahead, Marty can pull his motion and we'll ask for another, or we can vote on it.
Let's vote for the motion.
It's up to you, Craig.
Just vote on it.
Vote.
The motion has been made and seconded that we send this to staff to design and to get total prices and to bring it back. And I think it was from the south side of the road is the
South
perspective
side.
that we're
Yes.
talking about.
Yes.
If there's no further comment, I'm going to ask that we vote. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All of those in favor in opposition say nay.
Nay. I mean, no, I didn't say nay.
You didn't say nay. You
I
said
made the motion. I can't vote.
you said bye.
Yes.
7-0. That one has passed.
Thank you, council.
I'd like to hear from Mr. Meyer.
Thanks, Marty.
What do you have to say? He can
Mr.
still
Myers,
speak.
you want to go ahead and talk now? I mean, we've made the motion. The sidewalk is a done deal, but yeah, explain to us what you want to say.
When Ms. Farmer asked about how much money was there, that's been a problem in the context that Jerry's talking about. Almost all of you council people, even the new folks, took the time to meet with WTOS both before and after the election. We gave you a little book, and that book in it had both graphics and narratives and factual details about the neighborhood revitalization issue. And we were talking about $45 million worth of product on the ground, needing to remember that the city in local new tax money has only contributed a tiny, tiny amount of that, less than $3 million, and most of that was COSA DC money, which, as you say, how do we go ahead? I think what I heard the mayor say about needing 40 pounds off, and everybody was laughing and all of that. When we talk about these issues in the future, the work that's been done to transform blighted areas into developing areas with so much work left to do, there's a set of priorities that I think the council needs to take into consideration because we're going to be back. You've known that for the last 8 years. And that is that there are things that are desirable and there are things that are essential. And the desirable things are like, for people like the mayor and myself who are well endowed and economically okay, we spend millions of dollars on making sure that walking paths for people that drive their air-conditioned car to park them there so they can walk along a beautifully landscaped area and come back because they need the exercise. That's a different thing than these people that Jerry was referring to. Blackshear has the highest concentration of foot traffic in the whole city because they have the highest concentration of low-income elderly and the highest concentration of folks who are below the poverty level. And so when they walk, it's because they don't have any choice in order to put groceries on their table. And we spend, without much question, millions of dollars on desirable kinds of things that are not essential. And so I'm thinking as we come to you with the next issue that needs your consideration, you'll remember that the people whose lives are at stake because they have to walk in the street, that's a priority, because the first thing that governance in cities has to take into consideration is the health, safety, and welfare of its population, not the aesthetics and the extras that are resources. And thank you for your vote. It's the right time was 4 years ago when you approved it and you funded it. You just never built it. And so we're hoping that this kind of stuff, moves into that collaborative effort that we once knew. Thank you.
May we depend upon you to keep this before us?
Oh, I'm ready.
It is 12:13. Are y'all ready to go to lunch and do the executive and then come back and complete this marathon? Is that the consensus of council?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we will now go into executive session. I would like to read this. Executive session under the revisions of Government Code Title V, Open Governments, Ethics, Subtitle A, Open Government, Chapter 551, Open Meeting, Subchapter D, Exceptions to Requirement that meetings be open under the following sections. Section 5510712, to consult with attorney on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with this chapter regarding the West Texas Water Partnership. Section 55107.2, to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property related to 1, the proposed fire station, 2, the Lake Nasworthy area, and number 3, the West Texas Water Partnership. Section 5510741, to deliberate the evaluation of the city manager. It is 12:14, and I now send us into executive. It's 2:09, and I am calling the meeting back to order. Don has already said that at 4:30 he's going to make an adjournment that we end this meeting. I'm going to second him, and I have an idea we will have the votes to end the meeting at 4:30. So what we have decided to do, we are now in our agenda to item number 17. Item number 17 is not something that we have to do today if we don't have time, so we're going to push it to the back of the agenda. Item 18 is also something that we do not have to do today. We're going to push it to the back of the agenda. Item 19 is not something that is pressing. We will push it to the back of the agenda. So we will start with item 20. We will do 21. We will do 22. There's some discussion about 23. We will do 24. 25, 26, push 27 to the back, and wherever we get as far as our time, then we'll start going back and picking up these that we have shoved. Does council agree with this? Do I have consensus to do it this way?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wardlaw, Mr. Vardaman, Ms. Farmer. Okay. Fleming.
There's 23 pushed to the next.
We had planned on pushing it, but Charlotte has some items. Charlotte has some questions here, so I think when we get to 23, we will discuss the question. I would just soon push it, but Charlotte has found some laws here that says we must do it before October 1.
No, I asked for a definition or an explanation because the way I'm reading it.
When we get to 23, we will discuss by consensus of council whether we want to push it or whether we want to handle it today. But as it stands right now, if council will allow, we're going to start with number 20. That's the presentation and possible action regarding final draft of planning document for Lake Nasworthy Subdistrict as prepared by Gateway Planning. This is by Interim Director A.J. Faber and Gateway Planning Principal Scott Polakov. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. We'll try to keep it brief for you. Just a brief reminder on where we've been. This is a planning process that we have engaged in with this consulting group. As you may recall, back in 2012, we kickstarted this process through a request for qualifications and have been engrossed deeply in the process of planning for Lake Nasworthy since around September of this past year. What we're going to be showing you today is some highlights from the final draft document, which was included in your background report and is also available on our website for any in the public that would like to preview that document. We will be looking to take some final steps to finalize this project, which will culminate in a November 5th presentation to you all for final presentation and final action, essentially ratifying and amending the comprehensive plan with this piece that we have been asked to put together. With that, I'll go ahead and bring up Scott Polakov. Scott Polakov is with the Gateway Planning Group. He is sort of leading the team, if you will, that was put together to carry out this project, and he's going to hit some highlights for you. The presentation will also be available on the website, again, for anyone that wants to look through that, and will be available at the Planning Division offices with any questions that there might be after the presentation today. With that, I'll ask Mr. Polakov to come forward.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me pull this up. Mayor, members of the council, members of the city management team. Mayor, members of the council, and members of the city management team, we appreciate the opportunity to be back before you. I'm going to very quickly go through this presentation. The final report in draft form is very extensive, and this is a comprehensive summary of that, so I'm not going to belabor the details. I'm going to go through the highlights. Suffice it to say, our overarching approach to this was captured in this theme, linking neighborhoods and tourism, because Lake Nasworthy is not just a recreational lake, it's also a series of neighborhoods. We looked at a market-based approach, but also on a preservation basis. We focused on what's already working. And what's incredible about Lake Nasworthy is its amazing constituency that's already out there. We talked to scores and scores of people. We had no idea until we got fully engaged how rich the activity already is on the lake, whether it's directly related to water sports or community activities. As AJ said, thank you, AJ, you have the first of three primary deliverables, which will hopefully culminate with a proposed amendment to the comprehensive plan November 5th. We propose in this document some catalytic projects, both public projects and potentially public-private projects. And ultimately, we're going to come back to you with some recommendations on a zoning strategy to help support the implementation of this vision. That's all within the scope of our contract. We went through extensive public participation. You can see this map, which we kept bringing from meeting to meeting, and we've sat down with all of you, and we're happy to do that again if anybody wants to meet again. But we got extensive feedback from virtually every constituency in town, around the lake, both public and private. And we went through a process of really understanding and assessing their input. We also went through a historical analysis of the project, and at the same time, we were starting our work when the Parks Plan was being updated. So we built on the Parks Plan team's work, and we also were very mindful of some of the very tough issues. Probably the most important issue is erosion control, and we've made some recommendations on some creative ways to deal with that in the report. Doing a redevelopment strategy like this, where you're preserving neighborhoods and attracting higher levels of development potential at the same time, requires us to understand the market. Dan Martin with MFA is here today. Dan is a national expert in natural entertainment destinations. I'm going to bring him up here as soon as I'm done, so if you have any questions, he can also participate in the responses. But we went through an exhaustive process, 2 steps, an initial market analysis, and then a refined market analysis, and I'll show you the results of that in a sec. But we also fundamentally needed to understand the preferences of the community. who's already a customer of the lake that is local. Tourism is not just about people coming from out of town. It's also locals using the local amenity. We then identified several key opportunities. And in order to explain those to you, I think this map is probably the most important. We identified 5 major, what we're calling character zones. Up near Gun Club Hill and where the power plant site is, a special opportunity zone. On the west side, both on north and south side of the lake, the action sports and nature and education zone. On the right-hand side, where the old fishery is located, on the east side, what we're calling, in your report, it says the community activity zone. We thought that phrase was a little too nebulous, so we're calling that the natural encounter zone. The difference between nature and education and natural encounter is nature and education could be an enhanced nature center, learning opportunities, whereas the natural encounter zone is really more just taking advantage of what's already there. There's a lot of good birding opportunities, for example, and that's a very lucrative industry where people come in, they spend their money, they look at what's there, and they leave. And then finally, the Harbor Village, which is the location of the Mary Lee Park. Also, you can see in yellow the recognition of all the surrounding neighborhoods. In the action sports zone, where you already have, for example, the boat races, there are a lot of opportunities to expand more formally what's already going on. Mountain biking opportunities, there's a great organized archery club. We did an analysis of how that can be enhanced in terms of where the demand is and how the facilities could be enhanced to take advantage of that demand. What we're calling the Harbor Village area, and this, again, the name can be changed, but this is where the marine is in the Mary Lee Park. What we talked about is further programming and taking advantage of that location, but being very mindful that there's a neighborhood right there next to the beach. We did an analysis of the potential additional activities that would be appropriate for that location. And in particular, we identified what we're calling the Harbor Village Catalytic Site. And you can see here what we've shown is a redevelopment potentially where the nature center is, and we would work to suggest moving the nature center over to the nature and education zone on the west side of the lake where it would be more appropriate. The potential to catalyze, say, for example, an opportunity for some resort hotel activity, restaurants, and this we hope would then spur on the reinvestment and repositioning of the marina itself. But at the same time, I wanted to, and here's a basics of what we think there's demand for at that location. And you can see in more detail what we're talking about. Now, this may require a bit of a redesign of Knickerbocker to make it both a good road for major activities when you have large numbers of people, but at the same time, it's not necessarily the best design right now for higher levels of destination activity at that location. I wanted to just very briefly point out to you that we understand this is a state highway. I was fortunate enough to co-chair with Mark Merrick, who's the head of the TxDOT Design Division, appointed by the late Rick Williamson when he was chairman of the Transportation Commission, a committee that looked at what can we do with special opportunities with state roadways and balancing economic development needs with safety and design needs. We worked to modify the TxDOT Project Development Process Manual to allow for a more nuanced analysis of design on state roadways for local economic development and neighborhood opportunities. A document that was developed by the Institute of Transportation Engineers was adopted by reference that we would use that we use for guidance in that design. And basically, the bottom line is TxDOT is now in a position to enter into local agreements with the local communities to look at unique conditions on state roadways. We already have experience doing that. We were engaged to do a redevelopment plan for Padre Island. Park Road 100, Padre Boulevard, is not really well designed for anything other than Easter weekend or hurricane evacuations. And so you can see this is the reinvention conceptually of Padre Boulevard on Park Road 100, where we worked very specifically with the TxDOT area office, and there's the letter from them saying they agreed to a new concept that balances both the driving needs of the public in terms of safety and transportation, but also ultimately the ability for the roadway to better complement what's going on around it. Finally, we just want to reinforce that we're suggesting some investment by any potential redevelopment here on some buffer areas on the west side of the beach so that the neighborhood is protected. This graph, the red line that shows the upswing, is our analysis through Dan Martin that there's strong demand for more hotels. Yes, some are coming, more hotels are coming onto Loop 306, but we believe that we can sustain demand for a resort hotel that could also serve as a business hotel. And I can tell you without identifying any particular hotels that if there was a new hotel on the lake, I would have stayed there today. It would have been great. Let me quickly move through the remaining sections and then we'll answer any questions. The nature and education zone, both on the north and south side of the west side of the lake, might be a great place to ultimately move the nature center so it wouldn't be locked in. Dan has already started some informal conversations with some regional zoos in this part of the United States where there might be a partnering opportunity to facilitate some sort of additional wildlife aspect to the nature center without you all having to open up a zoo at the lake, which would not be feasible. Those talks apparently, just in terms of gauging interest, have actually gone well. There's no commitments, but if that's something you want us to help pursue, it's something that we can further investigate. There's a concept for that potential facility down there that can be further fleshed out. What we're calling the Special Opportunity Zone is essentially Gun Club Hill and the power plant site, which has now been sold and is in the hands of an investor who wants to develop it. Obviously, there's a lot of different interests there, jogging, the neighborhoods, the readapted use of that piece of property. It's the gateway into the lake. We did some analysis of the demand for that activity. Folks are not going to not continue to be attracted to Gun Club Hill in that area. We think the key is making it safe and attractive for both those visitors and for the homeowners. But we think there's a way to encourage private investment and development to help facilitate the solution to that problem. We developed a concept plan for the power plant itself and talking to the representatives of the private owners. It accommodates single family, better access to the lake in that location, potentially another hotel, and maybe even what we're calling the interpretive center. You can see with the orange dot on it, where you could have a small interpretive center about the history of the lake that could be associated with activities and maybe a restaurant. And then the bottom center, you can see the orange where there could be a hotel. Again, this is just a suggestion to the private sector to make this really key location attractive, not just for people who are going there for purposes of access to the water, but who want to have a more full experience at the lake. And when they're done at the end of the afternoon, they may want to go do something else. Finally, what we're calling the natural encounter zone. This is where the defunct fishery is located. We've got to be careful because we know there's an associated pathway with the airport, but there's already a lot of birds in the area. All we're suggesting is potentially creating a boardwalk environment so that there would be access in for people who want to come and observe the natural wildlife that's already there. This could be a low-cost, high-impact investment that could be done long-term through the resources of the foundation. And then finally, in terms of implementation, we've put together through coordination with the recently adopted Parks and Recreation Plan, and you can see in this document, a connection to make sure that there's comprehensive cycling and trail activity points throughout the entire lake. We heard over and over again from the community that that was maybe one of the most important aspects of the lake, is the ability to be connected, not just through vehicular traffic. On Gun Club Hill, we think that whatever happens there needs to be some improvements so that the traffic safety can be eliminated. We'll continue to talk with staff about some options in that regard. But one of the things that can be done immediately is the creation of some shared low-impact trailheads with some additional bathrooms and parking. There's a number of constituent groups that I think would help facilitate maybe even some sweat equity to help put some of that in play if there's some basic investment done by the city and by the foundation. And so these are just some ideas about some low investment, high impact opportunities. We heard over and over again, the number one issue is sanitary facilities at the lake. We're not asking you to step up with any significant expenditures, but I think that could have a significant improvement, especially now that the lake is very, very much a national destination in so many different ways. And of course, we've been working with the Chamber of Commerce in terms of the marketing of the of the competitions that you have today and might have in the future. The bottom line is we're going to come back to you with some specific recommendations on potentially some special districts and some zoning reforms. We'll work with staff on those. But ultimately, we didn't want to get into those details until we got final validation on this comprehensive master plan and critical path for implementing the catalytic projects. If we are fortunate enough to receive your validation through approval of this on November 5th, then we'll work in earnest to finalize the implementation details, and we'll be done with our contract. So next steps will be a proposed meeting with the Planning Commission and one more community meeting before the November 5th council meeting, and then we'll provide options on how maybe these catalytic sites could be implemented through a public-private process. And then, as I said, some recommendations for some zoning updates that would be necessary to align the long-term vision with the conditions on the ground. So with that, I think, Mayor, I went over 5, but hopefully not more than 10. Any questions, we'd be happy to answer. And Dan, if you want, yeah, please. So thank you very much. We've really enjoyed this work. What a gem. We're proud to be a part of trying to help you really preserve this great asset that is just so unique in West Texas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We do not have to take action on this today. It says possible action, is this correct?
Yes,
and
sir.
you're going to be back November 5?
Yes, sir.
And I don't know whether there will be anyone from Lake Nasworthy that will have some concerns about what we have presented here. It's possible that they would like some input.
Mayor, we've received extensive input from all the homeowners, all the institutions, all the businesses. I can tell you that they actually are hungry for this plan to go forward because this binds them all together. There's a lot of different activity out there, but it's kind of random and ad hoc. This really gives the constituents in the neighborhoods, the Air Force, the Chamber, Goodfellow, all of them, a platform to come together, and we've used this as a way to put people together, and they've really enjoyed it.
You've obviously talked to some different people out there than I have then.
Well, I mean, Mayor, people came in and they raised some concerns, and when they realized what we were doing, they were actually quite pleased, actually. And so we're going to have another public meeting, and anybody who would like to participate and give us additional input, that would be great. You're not going to please everybody, but I would say, I'm not out on a limb saying that 95 out of 100 people we met with in this process were very pleased with the opportunity to partner with the public sector to take the lake to the next level.
Council, do I have comments from council? What's your pleasure on this?
I'd like to know the date of the next public meeting.
I think, AJ, you might want to address this, but I think we're shooting for the evening of the...
We haven't established a date yet. We're looking at a couple of dates in October that would be evening meetings that might be easier for the public to attend rather than during the day when they're at work. And so as soon as we have a date finalized, we can send that out to all the council members, and we'll also start advertising.
I would just, my opinion on this, I would just soon wait on this for action until we have to make it, and let's get all the public input, so let's know exactly what we're doing. That would be my recommendation. How does council feel?
It's fine.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Let's put this off. Thank you. Let's go ahead and do number 21. I think this is going to be you as well.
Mayor, I think that would be set aside for action on November 5th.
Just wait and do it
Yes,
then?
sir.
That sounds fine. That does 21 and 22. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. We appreciate it. The next one is the second public hearing and consideration of adopting an ordinance levying property taxes for the city of San Angelo for the 2013 tax year. This reads, an ordinance fixing and levying ad valorem taxes for the current tax year for the use and support of the municipal government of the city of San Angelo, Texas for the 2013-2014 budget year, providing for the assessment and collection thereof, providing when the tax shall become due, providing when the tax shall become delinquent, providing for exceptions, providing for severability, providing for publication on the city-operated website, and providing for an effective date. The property tax will be increased by an adoption rate of .0776 per $100, which is effectively a 4.75% increase in the tax rate. And I think that's written wrong. The property tax rate will be decreased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.776 per $100 valuation, which is effectively a 4.75% increase in the tax rate. We are not raising your taxes a half cent. We are, in fact, decreasing your taxes by a half cent.
That is correct, Mayor. I know that even with as far as increase in property values and so forth, and that's what effectively we're talking about is a 4.75% increase. It's not, you're right, it's not talking about the tax rate. The tax rate is actually being decreased 50 cents.
Ms. Morgan.
Can you tell us about prescribed language by the state?
Sure. It's a comparison of the effective rate to the adopted rate. And so it's a benchmark rate that the state has us recognize. So the effective rate, because of, and this is, it's a long detail, but it's in your background packet, that because we paid off some debt in fiscal year 13, the state thinks that in fiscal year 14, we don't need as much money to operate. However, we will issue the debt in fiscal year 14 and have debt service payments in debt fiscal year 14. So it's just a benchmark rate that hits their threshold to say, hey, y'all paid off some debt. We think you could lower your rate. No, we can't lower the rate. We are going to pay that debt, but we are physically lowering the levy from 0.781 to 0.776.
Well, that's clear.
It's a funny language the state has us do.
So we are in fact reducing taxes by a half cent, but yet the state says that we are increasing taxes.
Effectively. Effectively is the key word there.
Appraisal amounts.
Is there any council discussion on this? We ready to adopt a decrease and an increase?
Mayor, this is a public hearing, so we'd ask you to make sure you ask for public comment.
Is there any public comment on this? Is there any council comment first? That's my first question. Is there any council comment on this? Is there any public comment on this? Yes, sir.
Are you clear on it?
No, I'm not clear at all.
We're lowering the rate.
We are lowering the rate. Yes, we're going down a half cent.
But effectively,
we're going down from 78.1 to 77.6, which is in fact 1/2 cent off.
Typically, they'll make you include some kind of language that says you're raising taxes if you generate more revenue, even if your rate is lower. And that is the situation we're in, that we are reducing the rate, but we're still having more property tax revenue come in because valuations are up. And so, we've been in that situation many times in the last 10 years, and each time they make us remind the public that, yes, we're going down on the rate, but it generates more revenue, so we're raising your taxes.
Let's see. We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Have a second. Any further? If there is no further discussion, I'll call for the vote on this. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion passed by a 7-0 vote. 6-0 vote, that's right. Marty's gone. So we actually lowered your taxes a half
Half a
Okay.
cent.
Appraised values went up.
Okay, that's enough. Okay, we were going to push item number 23 to another budget, but Charlotte has some language here and something that says if we do it, we've got to do it before October 1. So it's up to the council whether or not we handle this.
I just asked for clarification of what I was reading in the requirements, and I don't want to take the chance of us not getting this done if we have time today, and I think we have time, don't we?
Okay. Let's go. This is discussion and possible action on matters related to the fiscal year 2013-14 budget to include development cooperation funds, stormwater funds, wastewater transfers, general capital projects, other items as needed. Ms. Morgan.
So before you today, what we have are discussion items, simply to provide more detail, as have been requested in the past by council. And if you'll bear with me, I'll pull up. We have a substantial PowerPoint presentation. However, we have this split out into, A, B, C, D, and E. So if you want to chop these up and only take certain items, recall the council asked for more detail on the Development Corporation line item budget. We have that before you for item A. The Stormwater Fund line item budget, that was in your background and available for discussion. The wastewater transfers and information on that, and general capital projects, which we've kind of touched on earlier when we talked about 19th Street sidewalks.
Now, this wastewater fund transfer, that's the pilot funds that we've been transferring from water to the general fund?
Correct.
From sewer.
From
wastewater.
That is something I think we do need to discuss, because we need to stop that pilot fund if I can get the rest of the council to go along with me on it. So let's discuss wastewater. As far as Development Corporation funds, how do you feel, council? Do we need to discuss that at this time?
Well,
Sometime.
Yes.
Let's do it now. Start off with Development Corporation funds. Let's just go down through the list.
Sure. What I have here before you, recall last time we started talking about it, but the Development Corporation really has two funds that they operate out of. One is the ballot fund, which we pay for community projects that are that are approved by the citizens on the ballot. And so we keep that really crystal clear by having it in a separate fund. 72% of sales tax receipts are set aside for those community projects. So you'll see here the main revenue source there is sales tax revenue proposed in fiscal year 14 for $5.7 million. No other revenue sources for the ballot side. For expenditures, there's a small portion that the Development Corporation pays out of the ballot side for city services. That's the staff that the Development Corporation contracts with the city for. And the remainder is available for projects. And we'll get into that in more detail in their line item of, and in straight language right out of the ballot. For the economic development side of the Development Corporation, sales tax, they get 28%, the remaining 28% of sales tax, and then they have other revenue sources proposed in fiscal year 14, total revenue of $2.3 million. And we'll get in, like I said, we have that line item detail ready to go over. So the main categories for their expenditures are city services, which, as I said, were the staff, administration, and projects. It's important to note there, as you compare the fiscal year 13 budget of $4.4 million to the fiscal year 14 budget of $2.3 million, recall that we're comparing fiscal year 13 current amended budget. So that has a carryover of projects like Blue Cross Blue Shield and items that have been approved in a prior fiscal year. So this is what's been before the Development Corporation Board, and just to keep it true and easy to understand, it's in the same format. So you'll see here that we do it a little differently than what just to give another perspective. All ballot items are listed here. All economic development items are listed in that last column, and that estimated fiscal year 14, that's a total column. So you'll see the revenue for the economic development side of other that I referred to. There's $9,000 in interest, $80,000 in a hangar lease out at the airport L3, conference room rental at the Business Resource Center, rent from the CVCED, and rent for the BRC. So total revenue for all funds for Development Corporation are $8,102,000. 5.7 of that is ballot, 2.3 million of that is economic development. And there are several slides here of all of the expenditure items. We can go over them in detail, but again, this is what was in their background, so if it's the council's pleasure, I can go through it in detail, or you can stop me with whatever questions you have. So earlier when I referred to administration, that's several things. So software, insurance for the board of directors, and liability insurance for the facilities, communications expenses for the phone system, cell phone expenses, travel and lodging for the staff, training and continuing education for staff, food for meetings, and office supplies, copier lease, and printing. And that brings us to postage. That's the total of all their administration. Dues and subscriptions, they have almost $2,000 budgeted for various memberships, bank charges for, again, part of administration. Partner affiliations, this is $84,000. The biggest chunk of this is the Ports to Plains membership of $56,000. Industrial park expenses associated with maintaining that facility, insurance, water and sewer, electricity, and mowing. Then we get into some bigger expenditures here for the debt service. This is for the ballot projects. So things like paying the debt on this convention center, paying the debt on parks and facilities. So $1.4 million for The first debt issue, $1.1 million, $1.4 million in principal and $1.1 million in interest, and an additional $1.5 million in principal and interest specifically for the Hickory water supply. Then a marketing and advertising expense to the Chamber of Commerce of $225,000. A BREP budget, that's the Business Retention and Expansion Program, for $17,500. BRC expenses of $5,000, and downtown San Angelo, the contract with them for $75,000, and the annual Concho Valley Center for Entrepreneurial Development for $5,000.
Charlotte.
Go ahead.
Okay, that's where I've got a problem, is in this page. To me, there's a time that you really charge up the hill and do everything you can to get business, and then there's a time where you glide down the hill when things are looking good. And right now, in my opinion, just a lot of advertising and meetings and stuff are not necessary because people are coming to us now, and I don't see it as necessary. Plus, that first line, I was looking in past budgets, and in the 09-010, we cut that 225 that's there. We had 275, and we cut it back to 175. And I see that it's managed to inch its way all the way back up there again, and I was curious as to why, because I didn't understand it. And then I also needed an explanation on the insurance. I understand the insurance, there was something in the insurance there with the D&O insurance for the board of directors. What is that about? I mean, do you have insurance on the council members? Does anybody know?
I'm Bob Schneeman, Interim Director of Economic Development. I believe the council insurance, somebody can correct me on this, but I believe the council is self-insured through the city's program. Costa DC, we require separate insurance because they are a separate corporation. They're not directly associated. They're associated with the city, but they don't fall under the city's insurance umbrella.
We don't have insurance.
We have insurance that's available to us if we want to pay for it.
This is
directors and
It's not health insurance.
directors and what's the O stand for? Can't remember.
I'm having
It's
a moment.
basically professional insurance that if
Oh,
you
it's
get
not
sued.
health insurance?
No, sir.
Oh,
It's if you
okay.
get sued.
My mistake, my
Or
mistake.
if the board gets sued, this is to protect the individual board members.
For Max, they perform as in serving in that capacity.
And I had one other item.
As far as the chamber, I don't believe we ever went below the 225. I can go back and look, but I
pulled it from the budget packet from 2009, 2010, and we did cut it to 175. And I remember the discussion because it was a pretty heated one. But I was just curious how it got back up there, and now we're paying the Downtown Association an amount also, and I just am real touchy about this particular fund. Half-cent sales tax, to me, is for voter-approved items, and the other thing was the electricity, the maintenance of the softball. Before, there's an amount, and Michael, you may have to remind me what that maximum is that we can charge the Costa DC for the maintenance of the sports complex. So how does that work?
Yeah, I don't believe there's a maximum.
So there's no minimum, you
No,
mean?
there wasn't. There was, what they have been doing, though, is reducing that amount each year. So it has actually the amount of maintenance dollars that have been going to the sports complex or to other items they worked on, those have been decreasing, and you may be able to say how much that is per year.
But
or
our
Morgan can answer.
expenses have
50,000 per
It's
year.
been reducing 50,000 per year, so this would be the last year that we would do that one. That was not that was not prescribed by the ballot. That was done as a separate economic development motion. I think that came before council and Costa DC. There is a second one that's for parks maintenance that increases 2% per year. That is a voter approved one.
To make clear, Ms. Farmer, there are two maintenance items. One of them ballot approved and another one that was approved separately. The separately approved one is the one that's declining by 50,000 per year.
It just appears in looking at the budget, we are eating up a lot of the funds with admin expenses. And I just really would like to have an explanation of how that Economic Development Council contract, when we reduced it down to the 175, and now it's right back up there again. So I just kind of needed to know that. And those were items that I objected to, so.
There were, and I'm going through my notes here, but there were three items that came before council, and I do not recall the date, but the three items were the chamber, and at the time it was actually in excess of the 275,000. I believe they were looking at some county funding at the time as well, and it was reduced to the 225. The downtown San Angelo was approved at the same time, and we are in the fourth year of a 5-year contract with them for that $75,000. That's goes towards paying the salary of the executive director. And like I say, that predates me as to how that all came about, but we're in, I believe, the fourth year of a 5-year contract.
What about the chamber contract?
What about the chamber? I'm sorry.
Yes.
It's been at 225 ever since I've been associated with COSA DC.
Okay.
So,
is it for a term, 5 years?
we renew that one annually.
Annually.
So, or we review it and review it and renew it annually. So it will be coming up beginning of the fiscal year.
I thought the Chambers was up in July. I stated what I needed to state on that it just seems like the overhead and admin keeps going up, and that eats away at the half-cent sales tax. And to me, the whole purpose that it was put there is to provide amenities to our city that we otherwise have not had the money to provide. You know, the sports complex, the tennis complex, the swimming pool project, the Spur Arena, the new barns, all of the things that we've never been able to do until the half-cent sales tax. So I hate to see the admin to keep inching up there. And don't we pay the Downtown Association in some other part of our budget?
No.
No.
At one time, we paid it out of the
Okay.
general fund, but a
That's
couple
correct.
years ago, we put it on COSA DC.
That's correct.
And that's the same way with Sports
Okay.
to Plains. They used to be paid out of general.
That was the
But
third
it was
one I was
3 or
trying to
4
Yeah,
years
I
ago.
understand that.
Harold decided that
It's
needed to be in
economic
COSA DC.
Right.
Those were all my questions that I had on that.
Winky, do you have questions?
Yes, sir. I have a number of questions and comments. I'd like to analyze the director's liability insurance situation of $20,000 or $12,000, whatever it is. It's hard to interpret what's on the budget, but let's think about this. I think if the city were willing to provide these people a defense if they were sued by some outside third party, and I can't understand why that might be, but I guess it's possible, have the city provide them a defense, but if they do something wrong, let them be responsible for their activities, and I think we ought to consider doing away with that charge. That's just my opinion as an attorney. We don't have that. I'm not sure why they should have it, although I realize there might be a little different liability situation under the law, and they're a different legal entity also. But that's one of many objections I have and thoughts, and I'd be interested to see what everybody else thinks about the director's insurance. A couple of other items I think are unnecessary, or these lobbyist fees. $5,592 from TMCN and Texas High Ground. I think some of the members, even of the COSA DC, have question about the effectiveness of the expenditures of lobbyists. We have Mr. Drew Darby here, who's our representative, and for San Angelo in this district, and he can lobby effectively. I don't think those are necessary. We were paying $10,000 for wind energy membership, and wind energy is going down the tube, and we lost our wind energy plant here because wind energy is not proving out to be what it was made out to be. I think the Chamber of Commerce Economic Development contract is way too high. I know it was a long time ago when I was on the council, we gave the Chamber of Commerce $50,000 a year. It's clear to me and a number of other people I talked to, including even some on the coast of D.C., that paying the Chamber of Commerce $18,750 a year when we've got you, Mr. Sneeman, could be argued to be a duplication of effort, and I believe you have 2 other people in your office, do you not? Are those positions filled?
No, sir, I do not. I have two vacant positions.
Yeah, okay, but are they budgeted for?
One would be what's called the Economic Development Coordinator. That person is the executive director of the Business Incubator. They are also our staff representative to the Concho Valley Angel Network. And then what time they don't spend on in that position, then they're available for economic development work. The second position would be an analyst position, basically, that would do the basic economic development type functions. And I believe there was something that was done back in 2004, an analysis of staffing requirements for the Development Corporation that I think came to council. It was in some background information that I was reading that said that it put a value in the neighborhood of $400,000 at that time for staffing for the Development Corporation. So, and I don't know that we have an actual final approval on our staffing at this point. I think that's part of what we're talking about now.
As I read this budget, and you tell me if I'm wrong, it budgets for 3 positions. The ones
we are
you just
budgeting
mentioned.
for 3 positions. That's
Yes,
correct.
sir. Yeah, and my position also is, and I believe you testified earlier that you're looking inward rather than outward more so, or maybe that was the Chamber of Commerce said that because we got people coming here in fairly substantial numbers because of the oil boom, and so do we need all of this effort for economic development now as opposed to what we would have needed 2 years ago? And my idea is, and some I think would argue that we don't need this, and so my idea would be to trim that $225,000 back some. And my idea would also be not to provide the $75,000 in total for the downtown. It says economic development services, but it's a events coordinator also, I've heard, and I think an argument could be made that the downtown people whom that benefits should be willing to bear at least half of that, and to me that's really not economic development when you talk about downtown planning for the merchants that are down there. That's not economic development as I understand the term. I notice here that there are large amounts of money having to go with training and workshops and all this kind of stuff. One here is for $18,000 for 3 staff, TEC, High Grounds Training, Downtown Association, Mexico and Events, the Board Development, Sales Tax Training, TEDC workshops, $3,500. I see $25,000 on that at a minimum and maybe more. The private sector has adopted to market conditions, and and as a lawyer too, to keep our licenses, we have to do training every year, and we don't travel all over the place going to these things much anymore. We do use webinars, and I think that money could be cut way back and employ the use of webinars like the business people do around in the private sector now, and also attorneys do it almost exclusively, except a person who wants to take his wife to Las Vegas once every few years may go to a seminar out there. But I just think that needs to be looked at. And there are a lot of other things that could be cut back, one other one that I have a real problem with is the standard times, 20 and under 40 event sponsorship for $5,900. I don't think that's economic development, and I think that should be cut out totally. And those are the main ones I have right now, at least the larger ones.
I understand the Downtown Association, that's $75,000. That is a contract that we made with Downtown some time ago.
That's
and
correct,
that
sir.
75, and the city, that was coming out of the general funds. It started at 50, then it went to 75, and then the Downtown Association matches that 75. Am I correct
At
there?
least, sir, yes.
At least, yes. But they have an obligation to match the funds, and it's probably been 2 to 3 years ago that we took that out of the general fund and put it on Costa DC. But that is a budgeted fund by contract.
That's correct, sir.
Yes. So that's 75,000 Downtown Association. I don't know how long the contracts run, but that's something that we are by contract obligated to fulfill until the end of the contract. So
That's the reason I asked last council meeting when these contracts came due, and y'all were going to get back and let us know, because I didn't know some of them are outstanding at this time.
There are a couple. The internal ones are outstanding at this time. The staff services, that's the one with the city. The Concho Valley Center for Entrepreneurial Development, the incubator, that contract is still outstanding. And then the neighborhood and family services. So they're the internal contracts with the city that are outstanding. The chamber contract has been approved through the end of this fiscal year 2013. So that one will be coming up for renewal, and we'll be writing a new contract first of the fiscal year.
Dwayne, the 75,000 I was referring to, and it's all lumped in together, I understood that was most or all of Mr. Dal Vasquez's salary, and I could be wrong about that, but that's what I've been told.
It is not all. And I was going to add to Mr. Morrison's comments that, Dale Velasquez is the president of the Downtown Association, but, I've seen, that is my district, Winky, and I've seen the events that are happening down there that the organization adds life to. So if it's still under contract, I'm okay with, but if it wasn't working, then I think I'd be in your way of thinking now. But I have seen things coming up and things happening down there because of that organization. So I don't have any problem with it. I remember how dead it used to be out there, and really Brenda Gunner and Del Velasquez and company, and they're doing some viable things. I just had to speak up for them. So.
I understand that, and I agree with you, Johnny. There's things are happening, and that's a good thing, and it brings dollars to us. It truly does. On the other hand, you have your people who pay all over town, who pay that half-cent sales tax, that maybe don't participate in any of the activities downtown, but they're helping to pay for those activities. It's a great thing, the half-cent sales tax. From 2000 through February of 2013, we've brought in over $77 million. Is a number that I believe Mr. Valenzuela got for me in February of this year. And I just want us to be very cautious as to the admin expense and how we spend the money, because it's the people's money. That's all I'm asking. So when we get to duplicating expenses here and there, that we need to remember that, and maybe it's not as necessary as we think it is.
I can't speak to the, necessarily to some of the marketing aspects of it. John Dugan is here from the chamber. He can fill you in on those. Backing up for a minute, though, to looking at, looking inward instead of outward, I believe was the way it was described. We have a strategic plan for the Development Corporation that looks out into the future and is intended to create economic development that's sustainable. We continually hear with the oil boom, yes, the oil companies are coming, someday they're going to leave. And if we don't continue to do, this is my opinion, but if we don't continue to do some economic development efforts, when the oil companies leave at whatever time that is and whatever level that is, there's going to be gaps that are not filled because we haven't continued the search for a diversified local economy.
I'm sorry, I don't understand that.
Well, in other words, we
logic.
have target industries, the technology industry, for example, agriculture, transportation of goods, different industries that we are also targeting. We're not targeting the oil companies. They're coming on their own. So those economic development efforts are not being concentrated on the oil companies. They're being concentrated on the other industries.
Well, I think as somebody else said, and what I'm trying to enunciate is that we've got the oil boom right now. We got all these people coming in here, and really we don't have the water and the infrastructure. So it would seem to me this would not be the highest peak time of need for economic development. It would be a low peak time, and when and if the oil boom discontinues, then that would be the time to accelerate, but not now. So I guess we just have a difference in philosophy.
And it's, you know, it's this council it's within your scope of your authority to give us that kind of guidance on what we should be pursuing. So
I do understand that reasoning, though. I mean, as far as diversifying economic development, you do have to pursue that. I understand what you're saying too, Councilman, but as far as diversifying, I understand what Mr. Schneeman is saying. We can't just sit back and rely on oil and gas to continuously come in. Sooner or later, that will go bust. We need to make sure that we start working on the foundation right now to ensure that we will have other industry coming in also. So that's something that at this point we definitely need to make sure that we address. We can't just ignore it at this point. We need to make sure that we have a foundation in place.
And let me just add, Mr. Mayor, that economic development, if we don't continue down that path, I mean, we can't just sit back and just hope that something happens. I mean, we've got to continue every day, every year to look at something ahead of us. We heard a report just last week from a gentleman down south that there was with that oil find down there. I think we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg. You know, it may go bust tomorrow, but you know what? That's what those folks, the naysayers down there, were saying. Hey, this isn't going to last. And I tell you what, their revenues have gone through the roof. The development that's happened down there, and I see this. We're just barely touching the surface of what's to come. So, again, to say that we just need to pull back on economic development, I totally don't agree with. I think you need to keep on reaching out, looking out to see what we can bring our way. So that's just my opinion.
That is the strategic plan that we adopted, was to pursue those other industries. Like I say, oil and gas is just one of them. We're not doing a lot of pursuing of that right now, but we are trying to concentrate our efforts in other areas.
I would make the suggestion, since your fiscal year is about to end, you end on September as well?
Yes, sir.
I would make the suggestion that you take it back to the Development Corporation, the suggestions that Mr. Wardlaw has, and y'all discuss this as a board, and you determine what you need and what you don't need, and let them know that the council is not real happy with all of your expenditures, and bring it back to us with the list of the things that you might be able to eliminate, some of the reductions you might be able to make, and let us look at it and make a decision. Don, did you have anything?
One of the ones that I didn't understand is platting and surveying for the contract services industrial park.
As we sell property at the industrial park, one of the things that we do with The smaller tracts is we plat them as we sell them. And then we typically would survey out a parcel to sell it, so it's just part of the real estate transaction.
And that's recoverable.
It can be. It depends on how the real estate contract is written.
Will the council agree that, let them take it back to Costa DC, look it over, tell your board what you've heard here today, that there's things that
Fine with
need to
that.
be reduced, and then bring it back to us. If you've got some recommendations, we can look at them one at a time.
I think it would only be fair to point out, too, that Costa DC, particularly on these membership partner affiliations, the board has instructed us that we need to start reporting success rates to them and return on that investment. So the Costa DC board is well aware of these same considerations, and they've given us that same guidance. So
Let's move on then, if it's
Yeah,
if
I
it's
agree
all
with
right.
that.
Let's move on to stormwater, and let's hit this one.
all right, thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
if I may, while Morgan works to bring that next level up, Ms. Farmer had a question for me during the break, and I believe
Yes.
Morgan has an answer for
Okay.
that question, if you care to go there.
The only other one I want to talk about here is the wastewater, this pilot program. That's the only one I'm concerned about. And if we can push this to another one, it would tickle me to death. But I'm just one vote.
Would you say that again? I'm sorry to understand you.
I'm concerned about this next one. I'm concerned about the wastewater pilot. I do want that reversed. But that's really the only concern that I have on this list. I'm satisfied more or less with the rest of them. But we can go down through each and every one of them if that's what council wants. Or if Morgan has an answer, you're talking about the question she had about whether this is legal or not? If she's got an answer.
The wording, and if she's got an answer, I would love to hear it, if council doesn't mind.
Well, I'd like to hear it. I mean, if we don't want to do anything illegal, and if she has an explanation, I'd like to hear it as well.
If anybody knows, Morgan knows.
Sure, I have some information before you. The budgeting manual for Texas cities is put out by the state comptroller. The last time that she updated this document was in 2011, and of course, this is our guide for where we start looking for interpretation on the law and what's allowed for the budget. And forgive me, this isn't formatted in the big font size we like for the viewers at home, but I highlighted this section here to show how the budget law speaks to how we can amend the budget. It's worded a little, there's some legalese here, and what it says is, the city council, however, is not prevented from making changes in the budget for municipal purposes. Through continuing education and the certifications that we get in the finance office, what they interpret that and teach that is that we may amend the budget at any time in the fiscal year for any reason, as long as it's tied to municipal purposes. So I first started with this guide here. You'll see there's a footnote here, and that is referring to Local Government Code 102. I might have already skipped over it, but I have that local government code to pull up as well to read exactly from the code that I
Well,
believe.
it works for me if accounting is comfortable with it, and you've answered my question and where you got the
And
information,
there's
so.
the
Mhm.
statement that you'd seen right there.
Yep. That's the one that I have in, yeah.
In this section right here, the governing body may authorize emergency purchases. That's in section 102 about emergency expenditures. That's not about amendments to the budget per se. This later section down here, which says changes in the budget for municipal purposes, section 102.010. This, and I'm sorry, I can't figure out this new software to get that part off, but this chapter does not prevent the governing body of the municipality from making changes in the budget for municipal purposes.
For municipal purposes.
So the state law really allows us to amend the budget at any time for municipal purposes throughout the fiscal year.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I think as long as we don't change the amount of the budget on, say, the stormwater fund, I'm comfortable with putting that off till the next meeting and spending some time on it, and I don't think we're all going to go to jail, and I'm comfortable with it, and I would like to put that one off.
Possibly Then just for next year's budget, the stormwater fee that we asked when we first got it, that if we could give it 3 years track record, is this the third year track record? And then review to see if we were right on the mark with where we placed the fees or if those needed to be reduced in next year's budget, just take a look at it.
Well, I can tell you right now, it increased $16,500 from last year.
You're talking about the expenditures, though.
But I understand that, but I'm talking about when we set that fee 3 years ago, we had no earthly idea the money generated or what, expenses and stuff would be, and we set a goal that at the end of 3 years, we would look at it and review to see if we needed to adjust that fee. And we're at that end, so I just want us to remember to look at it.
We'll need to look at that fee not only for routine budgeting purposes, but for consideration of its appropriateness for sources for bigger capital issues. And so I think that's what you had in mind, isn't it, Daniel?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't see that this is important to our budget discussion that we have to discuss this today.
It's not important in the short term, but it is important because it's how we get that stormwater activity done, and it could be a funding source for other activities which are council priorities. But
Well, I'm the only one on the council that ever voted against the stormwater, and I voted against it twice. So I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem in doing away with it or minimizing it down to a minimum amount. So I don't have a problem bringing it back. But if I remember correctly, both those votes were a 6-1 vote. So if we don't have to deal with this today, I just soon bring
We
it back.
dealt with it, that's fine, it's fine.
Let's move on to wastewater.
And even back, you're right, Ms. Farmer, it is 3 years, it's been 2010. There was a federally mandated that we go this route, but even, it may have lost its gusto as far as, us needing to collect this much money. And if we can back down a little bit on it, I mean, I have no problem with it, but we can talk about it
We can go back
in
and
more
revisit.
detail
Okay.
next time around.
Let's move on.
So for item C, the wastewater transfers, we wanted to give some explanation of what the pilot is and what authority that is taxed, just very briefly.
What it was.
What it was, that a payment in lieu of taxes is when the general fund can recoup expenses from nonprofits or government entities or enterprise funds like the wastewater fund to compensate for property tax that would have been paid if it were a taxable entity. Municipalities are permitted to retain a reasonable return from other funds to support general fund revenues. So in 2004, the water pilot was discontinued per city council direction. No action was taken for the $500,000 wastewater pilot at that time. If we looked at a calculation of the old methodology of how pilot was arrived at, we took the property that was owned by the fund times the current tax rate, and that computed pilot was how we calculated that every year. So if we took wastewater assets as they are on the books today at the tax rate that we adopted today, the computed pilot that we would ordinarily, under that methodology, charge to the wastewater fund would be over $680,000. Of course, we only budgeted $500,000. That amount has been flat for some time. So a computation would show that we're actually charging the wastewater fund $180,000 less than accepted methodologies recommends. Sorry, am I going too fast?
No, you're fine, but I've got a few things I need to add. So I'm trying to figure out a good time to do it.
Just jump on in there.
Well, can you go back to history? There you go. No action was taken for the $500,000 wastewater pilot at that time. Was that what the transfer from wastewater was at that time?
Correct, yes.
It wasn't 550?
I'm sorry, in 2004 it was $555,000.
Okay. So it peaked at over 550,000.
Correct.
And it's been worked down since then, but it's been flat the last several years.
Correct.
Okay. And we have not computed the value of the assets and done that taxing, that quasi-tax methodology in a number of years. We went through when we had our previous audit firm, Webb & Webb, we went through a discussion with Mr. Webb, Wiley Webb, and he said that because we controlled both sides of the transaction, that we could not call it pilot. Pilot is something we might do with PHA. We don't control their side of the transaction, so that could be a pilot transaction. But because we control both sides of the transaction, we had to call it a transfer. So at that time, we had both the accounting side saying don't call it transfer, don't call it pilot in your financial statements, and we had on the political side somebody saying, well, I don't even like that. So what we did was we complied with the order that we had at the time, which was to do away with the water, and we stopped using the tax methodology for computing the amount. We froze the amount. And we've worked it down over several years there for a while, and it's been flat at 500 cents. Do you have more to follow? Financial
sir.
impact? All right, I'll leave it to you.
So since,
Yes, Mr. Mayor, can I say something?
Yes.
I think we had most of this discussion the last time.
Yes, we did.
And I think you indicated, and some of the other council members indicated, it was just a question, do we get rid of this pilot fund over 1 year or 2 years or something else? And I think that's where we're headed, and I don't know how much more discussion we need characterizing what it is, because we hope we're going to get rid of it.
And that's right.
And that's my next slide.
I
yeah.
just don't like for people to pay the wastewater fund and then have that money put in the general fund. I mean, I think it ought to stand alone. I would like to see it brought back as an ordinance that we get rid of this pilot, get rid of this transfer from wastewater to general fund. That's what I would like to see. And if you'll bring it back as an ordinance that we do away with this pilot, we do away with this transfer, then the council can discuss it at that time, and we can say yes or no. But instead of just going, we know what it is.
Well, and
but we want to eliminate it.
And but the authority by which we would refuse that is by amending the budget ordinance. And that would require that we reduce the wastewater expense, but also reduce the general fund revenue. So there would be some, and then we would also have to reduce general fund expense. So there's something that has to be cut from the general fund budget to make this happen. And so what staff would put before you as an example is that we could reduce the wastewater transfer. For example, one option would be to reduce it $100,000 every year for 5 years. And the authority would be adopting the budget ordinance with a lesser amount. So since the fiscal year 14 budget is already adopted at $500,000 and without immediate opportunity to reduce general fund expenditures by $500,000, an opportunity would be to reduce it $100,000 every year for 5 years, and we're at fiscal year 19, we would have $0 budgeted for that item.
I would like that brought back in the form of an ordinance with some maybe with some different choices where we could increase the general budget 500, where we could cut something, bring it back to us, and let us look at it, and we can make a decision at that time.
If it's not an amendment to the ordinance, I don't know what the ordinance would read. We'll get with legal on that.
Is that a problem with that, council?
But an amendment with choices.
Yeah, bring us back something.
And we'll tell you which one we want.
And we may choose to go this 5-year plan. That may be what we choose to do. We may choose to do it all at once. We may choose not to do it at all. But we need some options so that we are not paying for wastewater and it going into the general fund.
We'll work up some options.
If you
and
would
come
bring
back
us
to you.
something back, and then we can make the decision. And when we make the decision, then you will know what to do. What do we want to talk about? General capital projects, other items as needed, or do we want to move on to 24? Talk to me, council.
24.
Let's move. How about let's take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll start over at about 3:30 on 24.
Sounds good.
It's 3:19. We are back. It is 3:35. I bring us back into open session. We have now got to item number 24, which is discussion and seeking direction and approval of City Council related to the allocation of $812,953 in contingency funds identified in the proposed FY 2013-2014 budget. Ms. Marley.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, city manager. Just as a little bit of history, on the 27th of August, you asked that we develop a pay plan that would utilize the $812,953 that was identified as a contingency fund figure in the proposed budget for next year. There were also some additional things that council had asked that we tried to implement in this process. The first one was to come up with a living wage of $20,000. And so what that amounted to was lowering or doing away with our 5 lowest grades with the city, grades 6 through 10, and we created a new grade 11 for that. The other thing was there were a list of specific jobs that had been identified by different departments that were difficult to fill based on the fact that their starting salaries were so low. Those included the dispatchers, our deputy court clerks, our deputy court clerk senior, and our peace officers that are throughout 2 different departments. The other thing that was asked for us to do is to make any necessary changes after dropping those last 5 grades. If you recall, I said that we had some folks in grades 10 who supervised grade 8s, and when we made them all grade 11s, those would be supervisors and employees making the same amount, so we try to fix those. The last thing that we did then was to determine what we would raise the minimums by, equivalent to whatever size pay increase we could grant based on the funding available. And this would also fund those vacancies so that as we hired new people into the vacancies, they would come in at a higher rate of pay. In addition to those criteria, council decided that they wanted me to come up with a percentage that we could give to employees who earned less than $45,000 per year, based on the fact that they would either meet or exceed expectations during the evaluation process. They also asked, or you also asked, for me to come up with some sort of a pay increase and a flat dollar amount for those employees who earned more than $45,000. At that same council meeting, we also had, if you recall, $125,000 that was identified from the ambulance fees to fix the fire step plan that we have. And the fire chief had created a new plan where there was 1 step for each position. And so as part of that, we would also apply those same criteria for giving raises to those people in fire, since they're not covered by the meet and confer money that was set aside. So for the fire employees who earned less than $45,000, they would be entitled to the same percentage pay increase that we would come up with, and those making more than $45,000 would be entitled to the flat dollar figure as well. Whoa. Now, generally, in November each year, I will come before you and let you know how the insurance premiums are working out for the upcoming calendar year. As we were going through this process and we recognized that the budget was going to be a little tighter than normal, HR decided let's take a look at the insurance as best we can, try to get a feel for where we are with anticipated premium increases for next year. Because if we have this money, I wanted to let you know that there may be an increase, and I thought, let's go through that exercise and see what we can do. We only had claims data through July at present, so it's a little bit difficult to calculate because we still have 5 months left in the year. We're starting to see the trend tick up on claims, and we've been hit with a few big claims in the as recently as the last 2 weeks. So doing a very premature estimate, we are expecting an increase somewhere in the neighborhood of $448,000 across all funds, which $340,480 would be general fund. And I only bring that to your attention to keep in mind while we go through this process with the different pay scenarios. Oh, I keep doing that. All right. When I started this process, I'd actually identified 10 different scenarios. They ranged in varying amounts of increases in 0.5% increases, or 0.5 percentage points. And in the end, there were only 3 of them that I could make all the criteria that was asked for by council and stay within the dollar figure. And those are the 3 that we're going to discuss today. And if you would, I'm going to try to go through these 3 fairly quickly, and then we can talk about them when I get to the end of them, if that's okay with council. The first scenario, we would accomplish all of the council requests that I went over a few minutes ago at a 2.5% level, and the dollar figure is shown there on the screen, $348,474. Then we would elect to do 2.5% pay increases for all fire and non-civil service personnel under $45,000, and that has a cost of $359,760. And then a $490 pay increase to all fire and non-civil service personnel over $45,000. And that would come to $104,664, which would leave a balance of the contingency fund in the amount of $55.
And you'll split that with council. Is that right?
Okay.
We get an increase too.
Scenario 2, through the same drill, but we did this at 1.5% increments or percentage level. So doing all the council requests at 1.5% is $323,895. 1.5 for everybody under 45,000, and then giving 0 pay increases to anyone over 45,000. That saves $273,545 in contingency by doing that. And the final scenario is to accomplish all of the requests by council at the 1.5% level, to give a 1.5% increase to those under 45,000, and to give a $490 pay increase to those people over 45,000, and that leaves $168,881 in contingency. Now, I thought I would add these screens to show the impact of what happens by adding the proposal for insurance to the scenarios that we've just discussed. And under scenario number 1, this one is, the first option is just for the city to take on the responsibility of that $340,000, find it in general fund, find it in self-insurance fund somewhere. The next option under scenario 1 would be to use all of the rainy day fund and offset that $340,000 by the $185,341 that's in the rainy fund, leaving a balance for the insurance of $155,139. If we took that increase and split it equally between the employees, the retirees, and the city, it would result in a 3.4% increase in everyone's premiums. The last option under scenario 2 would be to increase, have the increase split between the city and the employees with no rainy day funds used, and that would result in a 7.5% increase for the city, the employees, and the retirees. Under scenario 2, it was a little bit different because there was more money left over in the contingency. Obviously, this first option is still the same, where the city would take on that $340 and from elsewhere and leave $273,000 in the general fund balance. Or we could use the $273,545 to offset that insurance cost, leaving a balance of $66,935. We could take the $66,935 from the rainy day fund, and that would leave $118,406 in the rainy day fund. Or we could increase the employees and retirees at a rate of 5.8% in insurance premium increases, or not use any of the rainy day fund and have the city increase of $53,548, and the employees would increase a 1.5% increase over their current premiums. And I apologize for going through this with detail, but I just wanted to kind of explain it. So this is the last slide with a bunch of numbers on it. The third slide here, or the third scenario options, would be to leave the $168,881 in the general fund balance, or offset it, or use it to offset the insurance prediction. And we could use the offset, the 168 to offset the 340 would leave a balance of 171,599 that we could take from the rainy day fund, leaving 13,742 in the rainy day fund, or have an increase to the employees and retirees of 18.75% over their current premiums, or not use any rainy day funds and increase the city and the employees and retirees, and that would result in a 4% increase in their insurance. Now, I am not expecting any decision today on insurance. I'm not prepared to even discuss that. We, as I mentioned, it is premature for us to try to do that, but I wanted to just kind of get a philosophical feel from you on whether or not you wanted to try to have money set aside for this, and if you wanted to take it out of the contingency that was identified for pay raises. Now, certainly, if council were to approve us to be retroactive in deciding these pay raises, we could wait till the next meeting to do so. Otherwise, a decision wouldn't be needed today on pay raises so that we could make the first paycheck in October. So I would ask for any questions at this point.
I like scenario 1. That's what I like. Let's have some council discussion on this. Don?
Lisa, what happens with the monies that is left from the time the fire marshal retires till the new fire marshal is hired? That every time a position is left, they aren't immediately having to hire. What happens to those monies?
Well, it depends on whether or not it crosses fiscal years or not, but it just stays, if it is not, if you don't cross a fiscal year and the vacancy is created in the same fiscal year as the year you fill it, the money just stays in that department's fund, as I understand it.
Good answer. Goes to help pay off the leave payoff associated with the departing employee. And to the extent that it exceeds that amount, it results in an excess budget, and that closes to fund balance. In other words, there's a small little profit in there that goes to fund balance. If that situation results in that excess of budget over expenditures.
Wouldn't it be smart if we looked at that year to year and let it roll over to help us for our pay increases?
Absolutely. Those kind of things are possible. That money is still there. It's just, it's gone into that fund balance
Into
amount.
fund balance. It's not a designated amount for a designated fund.
Exactly. It's undesignated. It's just there for a rainy day, although we only have a little piece of it right now that we call rainy day fund. But that amount is available for council utilization.
Right. I like scenario 1 also.
Looks like we're about to have less of the rainy day fund, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on how you look at other things.
We've had it for what, 3 weeks now, so.
So in scenario
Yes,
number
ma'am.
1, it's a 100% increase in their salaries, and employee and retirees have 0 increase in insurance premiums. The city will absorb that. Or are you going to do the rainy day fund or without the rainy day fund in scenario 1?
I'm gonna have to give up my rainy day fund because I'm not gonna give them just a little bit of increase and then take it all away on the insurance. So
That makes it 3, 4.
Yeah.
3, I like
can't
that
do
too.
that.
I like.
But I've enjoyed
Everyone-
that rainy day fund for the 3 weeks we've had it.
How much interest did it earn, do you know?
It's probably made $1.
I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
On the impact of adding that insurance, that $340,000, explain to me what you meant by that $480,000 general fund.
Because employees work in different funds and they pay towards the insurance, some of them are not general fund employees. So since we are talking, the $812,000 is only for the general fund, so I can carve out those people from the insurance when we're talking about how much money we would need from the 812.
Okay.
Do we have further council comment on this? If we went ahead and approved this scenario 1, just as it is, and then you come back in November, then we could determine whether or not we use the rainy day fund.
That is correct,
Okay.
and it would continue to
And
draw
we've got to
interest
protect-
until
we
then.
can't give them a little bit of a raise and take it all of it back on the insurance. I can't do that. If someone wants to make a motion that we approve one of these, then we can move on down the road.
I move for scenario 1.
I'll second that.
We have further council comment? Do we have comment from the public?
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to express special appreciation for HR for looking ahead on this issue. They didn't just want to blow the raises by you without giving you a heads up on insurance.
Yeah.
And they worked the weekend in order to work those scenarios up, so.
It's reality.
Special thanks to them for going the extra mile.
I appreciate it. And it is reality. I mean, it is what it is, and we have to take care of that as well. I have a motion, and I have a second.
We have-
Tim, did you want to talk?
Yes, sir. You got public comment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Lisa, if you'll leave that up. Okay, good. Looking at the pay scenario, and I don't remember what it was. I think it was 2.5% increase for employees under 45,000 with the, it's just back and forth, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it right there.
Okay. Okay, 2.5%, and you're looking at a possible 3.4% increase on your city employees on insurance. They're still taking a loss. And if you're looking at employees that are making over 45,000, you're going to give me 400. I'm just saying me because I'm one of those that's over 45. But at 490, and then you're going to decrease my salary 3.4%. I appreciate the gesture in scenario one, and your attempt to not take away. But this scenario, in essence, takes away.
Chief, I think council did not make a commitment one way or another on insurance at this point.
We have not made a commitment yet.
Okay.
But we know that it's coming.
Okay.
And also, and I talked to Lisa about this earlier, if later on in the year, if we find that maybe we do have some budget money where we can increase these, we can make a budget amendment and we can increase salaries if we see that we need to. We have done that before. We have made mid-year. And Tim, I'm committed to bring these
Absolutely.
These people
I
up.
just looking at the potential
And I know
scenarios.
what you're saying. I saw the same thing.
And then with the potential scenarios that she had available for scenario one, it was concerning to me because every employee in the city is going to lose money. They're going to make less on their paycheck than they did if we go with the insurance increase.
I don't think you lose, because if you get a $490 raise, if you get your bulk raise of $490 a year, and then you 2-3% on the insurance,
No,
it'll be a lesser amount.
It was 3.4%.
It may balance out. You're right,
No, it doesn't. Go ahead.
but it's better than have the insurance go up more than your.
Yeah,
Their
and,
increase.
and I mean, I would just point out that we are also continuing with our wellness program. And I'll give a plug that we're doing our health screenings during the month of October. So there's always the chance that we're going to get healthier. But I think we need to be realistic about the costs that are going up with insurance, so.
I think it's wonderful that rainy day fund is there.
And it can
Chief, but
stick
I think we
around
saw-
till I
I
come
think
Even
we
if it's
saw the
only
same
3
thing you were
weeks.
It can stick around till I come back.
I was going to say, Chief, I think we saw the same thing you were looking at.
We saw
Thinking
it.
the same way, so.
And you know, and that's my concern, is I've been in the city 24 years. I've been here when we got a pay increase, and Don will remember, and then the insurance kicked in or something kicked in, and we lost money.
gone.
And so, I mean, and 2.5%, I can't speak on everybody over 45, but if you want to keep my $490 that you're going to give me and put it to those people under 45, by all means, go right ahead, because $490 does nothing in my budget for the year. So, again, I can't speak for all the people over 45,000, but I'm more than happy to give mine back.
Thank you, Chief. Ms. Marley, I would like for you to continue to work on this.
Yes, sir.
And if there is a way to fund this where they do not have an increase in insurance, I would love to have it that way.
That would always be my goal as well.
Okay. We do have a motion and a second. All of those in favor of scenario one, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Put a 6-0 on that, Ms. Ramirez. All right, we have now moved on to the holiday schedule. We've got about 35 minutes until Don calls a halt to this. Do we want to talk about this, or do we want? However, this shouldn't take but just a minute, should it?
Oh, no, sir.
Let's go ahead and do the consideration approving the FY 2013-14 employee holiday schedule and any action in connection thereto. Ms. Marley.
Yes, sir. I do not have a PowerPoint presentation for this, so it'll be very quick. We have 11 paid holidays by policy each year for our employees, and we have been asked to put those on a fiscal year basis as opposed to a calendar year basis. And so in conjunction with the budget, we'd be interested in making sure that you're aware of what holidays we have. If you recall, there are times when we'll come to you in December when the county picks an extra day and we'll approach council to see if they're interested in closing. This is to try to eliminate that from happening. If we look at the holidays early enough in the summer for the upcoming fiscal year, then we do not have to present that to council. So I'm not asking for any different holidays. I'm just saying that in the upcoming fiscal year, we would keep those the same as this past fiscal year.
I see no problem there. Someone want to make a motion. Someone want to move that we adopt this.
I'll make a motion that we adopt this tentative, I guess, holiday schedule. I mean, you could change it. But I do have to ask, have you guys ever looked at some type of floating holiday?
No, sir. We tried to add an extra holiday at one point in time, but it's expensive to do, and it was not approved. But certainly, if you want me to go back and look at
I'm looking at
floatings.
that Veterans Day, Monday, November 11th. It would be nice to have Monday in December, prior to Christmas. You got the Tuesday and Wednesday.
Mhm.
Why not throw that Monday and have a very long weekend? I'm just throwing that out.
Right. And again, that may be something that the county will decide, think about for the upcoming year, but because it's in the middle of the week, we didn't see a reason to do that this year.
Okay.
I'll second.
You second?
But I always hated when Christmas, I got off Tuesday and Wednesday, and then the next year, I got off Wednesday and Thursday, and
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. And I
That-
was on call a lot of times, so I couldn't take off any other time.
See, that's why some type of floating holiday would work.
Yeah.
In any scenario, really.
Well, I think you'd probably hear argument about taking away the Veterans Day holiday because that's a brand-new holiday that we just got, and it's, we have a lot of military support in the community. I would hate for us to do away with veterans, personally.
No.
I agree with that.
We've got a motion. We have a second.
Are
We
you
have
changing the year also? Fiscal year, that they want in the
Right.
request, they're requesting we change the year as well.
To do it on a fiscal year basis as opposed to a calendar year basis.
You want to include that in your motion, Johnny?
No, I don't. Yeah, I will. I'll include that in my motion.
Will you include that in your second?
It's tentative until they approve it.
Any other council discussion on this? Public discussion?
Did you have something else?
No, you said tentative schedule, but it's tentative until you approve it, and then it would be final, so we're
Then it
good.
becomes untentative.
Yes.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 6-0 on that one.
Thank you.
All right, we have a discussion and seeking direction by the city council to the watering of city parks. Do we want to handle that, or do we want to push this one?
Let's handle it.
31 minutes.
Let's handle
Okay,
it.
can you do it in
Discussion
3
and seeking direction of city council related to the watering of city parks, sports fields, Santa Fe Golf Course, Fairmont Cemetery, and you are not Shane Kelton.
I'm a little smaller. Tell Chief Vasquez I'll take his $490 too. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council, City Manager. Wanted to visit with you all about watering, obviously with drought level 3 possibly right around the corner. We would like some direction. And as you can see on our first slide, the purpose of this presentation is to receive direction from City Council on irrigation practices of turf and trees for city-maintained parks and sports fields. The Santa Fe Golf Course, there was some interest on trees on Santa Fe Golf Course, and of course Fairmount Cemetery as well, as we move towards and into drought level 3 of our current ordinance. The areas for discussion that we're going to need some direction towards is the Texas Bank Sports Complex, the San Angelo Soccer Association, those fields off of Glenna Street, what we classify as AA and A sites. These are the newly constructed, high visible, highly utilized sites, the most invested sites that we have in town. We also need some direction for our other sites. We have many of our sites that do not have irrigation or have irrigation that have been turned off for quite some time to conserve water. And those are, a lot of those are B and E sites. And then, of course, with Santa Fe Golf Course, we need some direction with that, as well as Fairmount Cemetery. course, the reason for supplemental irrigation is to sustain a healthy landscape and safe playing surface for the enjoyment of our general public. It's to minimize, of course, if you keep that turf there and that plant material, you can minimize soil erosion and excessive weed populations. Also to avoid the replacement cost from plant injury or death due to drought stress. Trees can be quite expensive. Turf goes for about 45 to 50 cents a square foot installed. So it can get quite expensive, especially if you have a lot of acres that you have to replace. Currently, the Parks Department maintains a total of about 555 acres. 356 of those acres are in parks. Close to 200 acres are in sports fields. Of those 555 acres, approximately 292 acres have viable irrigation systems. Out of those 292 acres, 150 acres of the irrigated sites have both an underground traditional irrigation system as well as drip irrigation. Now, I do want to note that the drip irrigation on these sites are not on every tree. So when we have gone in the past, over the past 10, 15 years and renovated sites, or we have a newly established site, those trees that were already established, mature trees, did not receive irrigation. Not because we didn't want to. A lot of it had to do with the funding of the project itself. So with lack of funds, we were unable to provide that drip irrigation throughout those areas. So primarily, it's to new plantings. If we had new shrubs, new ornamentals, new trees that we planted, that's where the drip irrigation was put in so that we would be successful with those plants. And currently, we have approximately 173 acres that we're irrigating. And again, it goes back to those AA sites, the highly visible, highly utilized sites, including our sports complex. Santa Fe Golf Course, on the other hand, has about 36 acres of turf and landscape that's irrigated, and Fairmount Cemetery has roughly 57 acres. Now, we pay an average of $4.20 per 1,000 gallons for that water. When you do the calculations, it cost my budget approximately $114 per acre for 1 inch of water. So for every week that we are in a dry spell, that we are going out and putting out water, and we're based on our ordinance, we have to put out less than an inch. Or an inch or less, that inch would cost me roughly $114 an acre. When you look at the requirements for our fields, our parks and whatnot, and you look at that 1 inch per week, we can estimate about 28 to 56 inches needed in a given year. Again, that's depending on rainfall. It's depending on use. It depends on the quality that you desire. If you look at on average, we probably look at around 38 inches for a lot of these sites, especially in a drier year. In a wetter year, we could maybe be looking at something like 25 or 30 inches that we would have to add with supplemental irrigation. If you use 38 inches, that cost is approximately $4,332 an acre per year for those sites. So our Texas Bank Sports Complex, it would cost roughly $238,000 a year for water at the current water price. For the parks with viable irrigation systems, that's not including SASA, the San Angelo Soccer Association. They pay their own water, so do the leagues. But for the other areas, the 194 acres, I would need about $840,000 in my budget. Santa Fe Golf Course would need about $156,000 a year to put about 38 inches of water on it. And Fairmount Cemetery would need about $247,000. As you can see, our annual budget is far from that. The Texas Bank Sports Complex is close to $41,000. Our parks is $207,000, or close to $208,000. And Fairmount Cemetery is $15,000. And I put a note in the Fairmount Cemetery because I have a lot of concerns about that site as well. That budget of $15,000 only allows them to water about 2 to 3 times a year. It takes roughly $6,000 to $6,500 to put 1 inch of water over that 57 acres. So given the fact that they only have 15,000, I think last year they may have had 22,000, in 1 month, they would have spent pretty much their entire budget. So that's a concern on our end, especially as managers of those budgets. So there's an obvious deficit that exists in the water budgets for all these sites. Trees are a huge concern, not only for you, but for myself and our staff. We did a recent assessment. We have a total of about 3,400 trees in our parks and sports fields. We have about 12% of that is under quite a bit of stress, is what our assessment is today. And we found another about 2% are dead. So that'll be a lot of work that we'll be doing this wintertime, taking out those dead trees. Santa Fe Golf Course has about 352 trees. We found about 10% under severe stress at this point, and about 1% that are dead. Fairmount Cemetery, on the other hand, has close to 1,600 trees in that 57 acres, 6% under a lot of stress, and 3% dead on that site.
Are these figures before or after you did the removal?
That's a good question. These are after. This is last week's assessment of all of our sites. So this is after all of those. So that's an additional 60 or however many trees that were taken out along the river, as well as several that have been taken out at Fairmount Cemetery, as well as other parks that we've been taking out. So it is a huge concern. But so those areas, as you can see, this is Firefighters Memorial City Park, where we do irrigate and continue the irrigation. We certainly don't have quite the stress on those trees, and our turf seems to be staying alive. It's not perfect, but it's enough. And we put out less than 1 inch per week during all of these dry months. For Sunken Garden, where we do have irrigation at the site, but to be on the conservative side, we've chosen to take out a pretty large percentage in terms of how much we're watering. You can see that we're getting hit pretty hard. Obviously, this is not just this year. This is over the course of the last 2 to 3 years, at least, from the standpoint of a drought. In fact, when I got here in 2006, about the only year that I really enjoyed the rainfall was 2007. And that's when everybody made a bumper crop with all the crops around here as well. Since then, we haven't had that great of a year. And of course, the last 2 to 3 years have been horrible. Another picture at Sunken Garden, where we have dead and stressed trees. Again, system turned off. Harmon Park, this is located close to 14th Street off the river. That's a picture of a cypress tree right by the creek. Again, becoming stressed. These pictures, again, were just taken within 7 days of today. And again, that system is off because we wanted to conserve water, focusing on those areas that we had most recently renovated and the high-end facilities. And again, here's some pecans in that same park. And then, of course, we have those areas listed within our documentation with no viable irrigation at all. And you're seeing quite a bit of stress. Now, some of that stress is species specific. We're having a hard time with some of the juniper trees, especially in Fairmount Cemetery. I did have Texas A&M come out and take a look at it. The Extension Service, we sent samples off for both insects and diseases. They came back both negative. And after discussions with Mr. Begno and others, we pretty much concluded that it seems to be a continuation of this drought that's causing that issue. But I was afraid that we were actually getting hit with something different. In some cases along the river, we have had some that have received disease. Hypoxylin caker has come in throughout, which is a disease basically that comes in after a stressed period, like a drought. But those are normally secondary problems. Our big issue right now, of course, is the drought. So issues related to irrigation and trees. Of course, we have the water budget funding deficits that we just discussed. The funds for increasing the amount of drip or traditional irrigation systems in our parks, where we would find those funds for the parts, the installation, the future maintenance cost, and the labor for future maintenance. There's also limitations on making changes to existing systems. A lot of times the hydraulics of that system will not work correctly if you go in and start capping irrigation heads or changing things within the valves or the lines or the wiring and things of that nature. So there are limitations there. Initial stress on the trees from ditching during and immediately following installation of systems. Basically what that means is if you choose for us or to pay for someone to come in and put a drip irrigation system in, let's say along Santa Fe Golf Course, there is going to be additional stress on those trees, no doubt, because of all the ditching that's going to take place. What we need is a commitment then to have water for at least 60 to 90 days that we can place as drip onto those trees so that we don't lose them as well. And then there's an increased amount, of course, of water following any increase in what we do from the standpoint of areas that we water or the amount of drip that we're going to use and where that water is going to come from, who's going to pay for it. Options for trees along the north side of the river. I know a couple of weeks ago, maybe even 2 meetings ago, y'all discussed bids that were brought to you for putting that drip irrigation all the way from Concho Street to First Street. That was on the river side of Veterans Memorial Drive past Irving, as well as all the way to Concho Street through the Old Neffs area. That bid was for $154,612 for parts and installation. The bids for the golf course from South Abe Street to Beauregard Street was $142,600. Again, that's a very expensive endeavor, but it's the most efficient use of that water, of course, placing it right there at the root system of those trees. Second option could be a quick coupler connections. I'll show you a photo of that here shortly. The estimated cost for parts and installations would be close to $1,400 to $1,500 per quick coupler. This is basically going out and putting faucets, so to speak, that you plug in into the ground, and then with water hoses, dragging them from one tree to the next. Expensive, very labor intensive. Again, lacks water use efficiency just because you're basically letting water run rather than it be through a drip system. Another option is drip irrigation from 1,000-gallon tanks. We're currently utilizing that method. It's slow. We have 2 tanks right now. I do want to thank the fire department. They're letting us use some of their light duty staff, as well as other departments that have offered for us to use their staff members to help with that. We also pay labor-ready workers to come out and help. But we have basically drip irrigation hoses that we put around those trees, around that drip line of those trees. We can put about 250 to 500 gallons each time for those trees. We can get approximately 4 to 8 trees per day through that system. Right now, we're currently focusing our efforts from Irving Street to First Street, and what I told our guys is to focus primarily on the most stressed trees that we have in that area with that system. Lastly, we can utilize the existing irrigation system that was most recently installed from Concho Street to First Street. Again, we're primarily talking about, again, the Neffs area, just east of Oak Street, west of Oak Street, west of Irving Street, Chadburn, and then west of Irving Street along Veterans Memorial Drive. That does not include the golf course. They do have a system in place. We did a rather quick assessment of that system here within the last month or so. We estimate it would cost probably $60,000 to $75,000 to get that system back into shape. There are problems with heads, valves, wires that have been cut, problems with the controller. There are things that would require not only the money, but a lot of time to get that repaired, especially from a staff that we're lacking within the Parks Department. One good thing about using the irrigation system that's put into place, now we're talking about an underground system, but that is heads that pop up and shoot above ground, okay? It does limit the tree stress from the standpoint of no ditching, but it is probably the least out of the options in terms of efficient use of that water. Not only that, but the public perception is going to be quite the issue, especially if we hit drought level 3. And of course, we need to consider future water and maintenance cost as well as labor issues for that. This is a picture of the quick coupler connection that we would be using for hose connections. These are the 2 tanks that we're currently utilizing to put drip and water around trees in problematic areas. So the questions that we have as a staff is, do you want to continue irrigating city sites that are currently receiving supplemental irrigation? Do you want to increase or decrease the overall number of irrigated sites? If we enter into drought level 3, do you want to continue irrigating park systems, sports fields, Santa Fe Golf Course, or Fairmount Cemetery? And number 4, what adjustments will be made for the deficits in the water and maintenance budgets for all city sites? And again, these are the areas of discussions that we mentioned earlier. At this time, I would entertain any questions that you may have. Hopefully, I can give you a good answer.
Would you flip back to that prior one, please, sir?
Yes, sir.
The options.
Is this the one that you're looking for?
No, I think keep going.
Or the questions?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Is that the one, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'll just state my preference because I've stated it before. The answer to question number 1, continue irrigating, my answer is yes. I would like to increase overall irrigation, but I'm not sure we're able to do that at this time. So I think my answer to that one would be no. Drought stage level 3, I haven't looked at the ordinance in a couple of weeks, but under drought stage level 3, it does allow for irrigating trees.
I looked at that today, Councilman, and yes, it does have a notation about drip, but it does also say that it has to basically come through council's approval. So the way I understood it was, once we hit drought level 3, at that time, y'all would need to make a decision on how y'all want to handle drip irrigation from trees, whether y'all will allow it or not.
I'm not sure I totally agree with you, but anyway, it speaks for itself. But I think until let's see, is that at 12 months worth of water?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think you have to look at the season you're talking about, and the critical season would be next summer, obviously, because we'd probably be okay if we just get some rain. I would I would like to continue to water during drought level 3 for a while next summer only. Well, up through next summer, depending on how much water we have, of course. And then as far as the adjustments, everybody's going to need to state their own preference, but we're talking about more money than we've got. So, to me, there is some argument for requiring certain departments to have, or certain areas to have their own water budget, but on the other hand, it is an accounting fiction, and you're just moving money from one area to another, one hand to another, and so I think that we've got to save the trees at the Fairmount Cemetery and the Santa Fe Park Golf Course, and maybe some other areas that some other people have focused in on, and so my recommendation would be that we, for a period of 12 months and or until further notice from the council, that those two items and any other areas that the council deems appropriate, that we waive a budget for these areas. You made a good point, which was that the water budget for the Fairmount Cemetery would need to be in the hundreds of thousands of dollar range, and we don't have that kind of money, and all was allocated was $14,000, and that's de minimis and is not effective to do anything. And so either our options seem to me like are either give them a waiver or just forget the watering and let the trees die, and I'm not for that.
You certainly bring up a really good point about season. We're very fortunate this year as compared to last year going into drought level 3 in that we're further along down the line. Our requirements that we talked about from the standpoint of 28 to 56 inches a year, of course, will lessen as we get into those cooler temperatures. And instead of needing 1 inch per week or wanting to put out an inch per week, we may be looking at an inch every 2 weeks, possibly an inch every 3 to 4 weeks from that standpoint. Again, that's an assessment that we make as we see how much rainfall we get and how the temperatures go.
Right, and one other important point, I can't speak for everybody else, but I get the feeling that the council is not interested in spending a bunch of money and putting in a drip irrigation system in Santa Fe Park right now, since we've already got the other system that's in existence. And also, you pointed out the stress, depending on the time of year you do that. I just don't think there is the interest in replacing that system we have, and I would rather personally limp along with the system we've got down there. It looks to me like the trees you're using, the system you're using around the golf course is doing a pretty good job right now. The trees look pretty healthy to me in the main.
It's sporadic, and the reason why I say that, 2Pro Management has that contract, and their focus primarily seems to be at the greens, the tees, and the approaches. Anything outside of that area has not received any type of irrigation, and that's where most of our loss has been. Currently, with some of the direction that y'all had given us, we are watering basically around Veterans Memorial Drive. Every Saturday I have one of our guys out there until noon, basically watering that whole area all the way to the pro shop. But it's not the entire course. It's just in that one zone along the river.
No, I understand, and that's for the purpose of protecting the trees.
Yes, sir.
None of us are concerned about the golf course right now. I'm a recovering golfer myself and played in college, but we just don't have the water, and they don't have the money to afford to pay us for the water. So the golf course is going to have to suffer at this point in time.
Yes, sir.
John, did you have a comment?
Roger, I just, I've always been a proponent of trees. I love trees. I've never walked or driven by a tree that I didn't know. I just couldn't help myself from thinking where it needs pruning. So it's just something that's in me. I've always really enjoyed trees. But my question is, going back to the Santa Fe Golf. Now, are you talking about the trees along the Santa Fe Golf Course? You're not talking about the golf course itself, is that right? From which standpoint? The watering standpoint.
Yeah, currently we are watering the golf course with the current system once a week. They are also watering their areas, but we also have staff going down there, usually on the weekends, once a week, that's watering those zones that primarily cover along Veterans Memorial Drive. But there are additional areas you can look through that golf course and see that's receiving very little, if any, irrigation at all.
But some of his dollar figures initially were talking about watering the entire golf course.
Yes, yes,
so those
that
initial
was
dollar figures you're talking about they're not.
Correct.
Correct. And that leads to my next question is, I remember before 2Pro took over, when Mike Terrazas and them ran that place,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they struggled every year to keep, to bring funds in to water. So now.
Correct.
What's
And
so different
water.
What's so different between them when they used to have it, now 2Pro? I mean, are we?
We have a contract with 2Pro, and they're responsible for certain portions of things. So it's all under that contract. And there's nothing different. That we still struggle with water. It's we've tried to give them the opportunity to bring in additional revenue, and you were here when we did all that contract. So there's all kinds of things there.
And then going back to the 352 trees there at the golf course, how many have we removed? If the ones we
I want to say it was 29.
Was it?
Off the golf course?
I believe it was somewhere around 29 to 32 that were actually off the golf course.
You know, I really, and I'll end it with this. I don't believe we need to let trees die, you know. I realize the heat and stress and all plays a big part. But even some of the ones that died along the river, if they were disease related, that's one thing. But if we let them dry up, you know, that's sad, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And there we are years later having to remove all those dead ones. So it's kind of like, you know, we're just being reactive to the situation where, you know, we were a lot better off years ago when we should have been, you know, thinking about saving some trees.
Correct.
And we didn't. And so, you know, as much as I do want to save a lot of trees, I mean, we got to think about us humans that, you know, need the water.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if we can kind of balance it out and save some and do the best we can, I mean, I'm okay with it. I'm just, again, some of the dollar figures that have been brought forth, I mean, I think they're very high. But,
They're very high.
But you know, I like to save as much as we can. I'm talking about trees, but again, I think I'd rather drink the water than give it to a
Certainly
tree.
understood.
We might be better served actually to have the staff come up with some possible solutions and present that to the city council members rather than, you know, trying to come up with something that'll work right now. Actually go back to the drawing board, just look at every solution we possibly can, you know, present those to the city council members and see where we can go with it.
Okay.
Well, the
Mayor?
intention today was very much that. We're ahead of the curve because you're not in 3 yet, but we don't want to spring that on you at the last minute. But we also want to point out, as Roger said, that staff has continued to water this. We haven't quit. I mean, as far as the trucks running, that's been going all since the spring.
Right.
So the real issue was to try and get some guidance from you as to where you want us to go. Because at the end of the day, when this budget ends this year, you know how much money we have in the budget for watering. So that sports complex, it's not going to happen, you know, unless we get some additional funds in there. Secondly, if y'all are in general thinking the drip is too much of an investment, we can do more research on, for instance, the quick couplers, which would allow us to move hoses. I know that's labor intensive, but that may be the best approach at this point because it lets you focus that water. So, you know, I'm kind of hearing that I don't think y'all like the large amount of money on drip, so let us scale back onto that other one, do some more specifics, and even look at those specific parks where we may be able to do it, and not try and irrigate the entire park, but try to put in some quick couplers where we can irrigate trees specifically. And if that's kind of the approach that I'm hearing, then we'll do that very thing that Daniel said and bring it back to you.
Yes, no, yes,
Where
yes.
are we on the water supply? I mean, I know we're close to level 3, but maybe Rick, you could, are we still at 15 months? I've heard 16, 15.
While Ricky's coming up here, does Fairmont have any kind of sprinkler system or?
They have both the traditional, and they've been trying to increase the amount of drip that they have on the site, especially on any new trees that have been planted, but even on the existing trees. And we've actually looked at where those trees are located, and we've even identified certain locations that we seem to be receiving more problematic type of issues with trees. There are certain zones that we've identified because when we did our assessment, we did it by blocks out there. And if you've been out there, they're in blocks. And so some of the things that we're going to be doing as staff is going back and looking at, okay, maybe we should focus more on those blocks, look at the species that are in those blocks and try to do that type of thing, but use the same type.
And all I need is a number of months. That's all I need.
Or just a shade over 14 months.
Okay, thank you.
We're through with this one?
Yes, sir.
Hey,
Let's.
if one other, just real quick, you know, we showed y'all some pictures of the trees that are stressed out in the peripheral parks along the river. Just real quick, we would like y'all to direction on those trees as well too, where we have actually shut systems completely down, and we are starting to see Sunken Garden Park along the river further down as well too. You know, we hear trees, you know, we want to save trees. Are we primarily focused along the river in Fairmount, or do we want to focus in Sunken Garden? Do we want to focus further on down the river into Harmon Park and places like that as well? That's another direction I think that we would like to have as well.
Well, John Begnaud, I think, would tell you that you want to to the extent you can, try to save those stressed trees. And if we start getting some rain in October, that would might even tide us through the year. And so you just don't want to prematurely quit watering trees that you might save if you just go a little bit longer and nursing them along. So all I can tell you is what John would say, and that is try to go to the last degree and try to save those trees, and maybe we get a good rain and they're saved, and then we'll get through the next spring.
Let's try and finish up this agenda. We are really running out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Item number 27 is consideration of nominating candidates to serve on and adopting a resolution nominating candidates eligible for a position on the Board of Directors of the Tom Green County Appraisal District for the 2014-2015 term of office. Ms. Ramirez.
Yes, sir. I have listed the 5 candidates currently on the board right now. This is just to give you a heads up. We can postpone this item until the next week in case you want to nominate somebody else for the position. You can allocate your votes to all 5 members or to 1 member. It's council's desire.
I personally don't have these 5 men that are on here now are good candidates. And I personally don't have a problem with staying with them. And if the council will agree, just divide our votes between them. But council discussion.
So move.
We have a
Second.
motion. We have a motion. We have a second that we divide our votes equally among John Begnod, John Kahn, Russell DeVore, Luis Gomez, and Bob Reeves. Any further discussion? Public discussion. Motion has been made that we equally divide our votes between those 5 men. I will ask for approval. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Put a 6-0 on that one. Consideration, possible action on matters discussed in executive closed session. We go back to item number 13 that we spoke about earlier, and we did 1/2 of this and determined that we would pay the debt that we owed thus far. We are also talking about the additional item of going and becoming a member of the West Texas Partnership. As we discussed this in council, there were many questions that were brought out by council, and many questions were good questions. And we need to be sure that San Angelo is getting its third of this partnership. Daniel and I are to meet in Midland tomorrow with the Abilene and the Midland area, the partners, and we have a list of questions we're going to ask them. So, depending on the answers we get tomorrow, I think the consensus is that we want to remain in the West Texas Partnership, that there is definitely advantages to being in this, but we also want to be sure that San Angelo is getting its 1/3 of what we spend. So we have decided that after Daniel and I go to the meeting tomorrow, we present these questions, we get the answers, and then next meeting, we'll put it on the agenda, we will discuss this, and we will make a decision. Everybody agree with that? Let's move on then to item number 29, consideration of approving various board nominations by council and designated council members. Public Art Commission, Lori Franks. This is SMD 4 to a full term, April 2015. Zoning Board of Adjustments, Lewis Rourke, SMD 5 to an unexpired term, January 2014. Do I have a motion to accept these?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Second.
Charlotte has made the motion, and Johnny has approved it. Do we have any further discussion? Do we have discussion from the public? If not, I will take the vote. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion carries 6-0. Item number 30 is consideration of nominating a city council member to serve on the Ports to Plains Trade Corridor Coalition. And I have requested this. The Ports to Plains quarterly meeting will take place first week in October in Amarillo. At this current time, Charlotte Farmer is the designee or the board member for this. Last September, we had it was a real sorry detail when Charlotte took this away. I had been the board member for 6 years. Charlotte took it away. I guess the long and short of it is that I want it back.
And at this time, Charlotte, I'm going to give you the opportunity to resign and nominate me as the board member. I hope that's the way you do it. That's the easy way, and we'll move on.
Well, Dwayne, I've been on, 10 months of a 2-year term. It's a 2-year term, duly elected. I'm not willing to step down. I will at the end of 2 years, but I've not done anything wrong. I have attended the meetings, and you served for 6 years prior on the board, and I don't know why I can't have the 2 years.
Okay, then we're going to go into all of the sordid details that happened last September. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to bring this up. I didn't want to air dirty laundry. But
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can we just take a...
Let's just take the vote.
Yeah, let's just nominate and go.
Yeah. Let's don't go there.
Let's have a motion then.
I'm going to move or nominate you as our...
Remove
Charlotte and place you, nominate you. You are a current mayor, and you have done an excellent job and did a previous excellent job on this Port de Plains Corridor Coalition. So I'm going to nominate you as a member or a nominee or
board member
for this Port de Plains Corridor. That's my nomination.
Do I have a
second that?
Do I have further council consideration? Do I have public consideration? The motion has been made that Charlotte be removed from the Ports de Plains Board Director and that I be placed in the Ports de Plains as the Board Director for the City of San Angelo. Do I have public comment? All of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay.
Raise your hands. Ayes, raise your hands. We have a 4-2 vote. Charlotte has been removed, and I have been established as the Ports de Plains Board member. Don, do you want to make the motion to adjourn, or do you want to go back and pick up all these that we've passed?
Future items.
Okay. Let's have future items, consideration of future agenda items. What does everyone have?
Well, Mr. Mayor, there were some items that we brought up earlier that got overlooked, and I'm still not clear where they are, but that need to be discussed having to do with the budget, and I don't know if we can carry these over. I hope we can. One of them was the workers' comp incentive for $220,000, which we were told was not in the general budget, and I don't know where that comes from. And then there was a cell phone increase for $63,000, a Visitors Bureau increase of $100,000, and an Arts Council increase of $63,000. I don't mind talking about those next time, but I just want to call it to everybody's attention and make sure that we can.
Okay. Did we want to meet again next Tuesday to conclude the agenda that we started today?
Yes, I'd like to get it over with.
Johnny?
I'll have to check. I've got something, but see if I can toggle it around.
So, Don?
I'd like to meet. Johnny, if it would, I don't think it's going to take that much time.
It shouldn't take but a couple of hours.
Yeah, if you can go morning or noon, and then we can go from there.
Okay.
Charlotte? Next week?
That's fine.
Winky?
When?
Next Tuesday?
What time?
What do y'all say? 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock?
The chamber is available in the morning only, not in the afternoon.
Pardon me?
The chambers is available in the morning, but not in the afternoon.
How about 9 o'clock in the Monday? 9 o'clock Tuesday morning, and we will conclude and finish the rest of this agenda.
And did you want to put the budget stuff on this coming Tuesday or the next regular?
No, it can carry over till next week.
Next regular.
Yeah.
Next
Okay. Next week? No, next week.
Next week?
Yeah.
Okay, then he needs to add that, the items he was talking
The
about.
budget stuff.
On the next week, and then we will conclude our agenda.
No, I want to add
You want to add one?
I want to add an item for the next regular session, not next Tuesday, but the
Okay.
next regular session. I would like it to be discussed in executive session, the Arroyo project. And I would like the presenters of that project that we had the last meeting, if we could try to possibly get them there and discuss. We need to move forward on this and do something. We haven't done anything.
Anyone else have anything they want to add? I have one item I want to add to the executive, and I want it worded just exactly as this. It is the policy of the City Council that stewardship of the public interest must be their primary concern, and that all of its members shall perform their duties in accordance with federal and state law, city charter, city ordinances, city policies, including the Code of Conduct and the Code of Ethics. Violations of such law or policy undermine the public confidence in the integrity of city government and the effectiveness of the City Council as a body. And I would like to see that on the next executive, because I think we've had a breach of conduct and a breach of ethics that I would like to discuss as a council. Is there anything else that needs to be added? Then Don, I'll accept your motion, sir.
Move that we adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion to adjourn and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Nays? We are adjourned. It is 4:41.